Is it actually live? That is the question. Yeah, there we go. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and otherwise. What's up? My name is Devious. Yeah, I'm making a game today because that's a great idea. Sarcasm, by the way. Please don't do this to yourself. So let me throw my link around a few places and we'll get started. Paste and paste and paste. See, I hate it when I come to a someone's chat and it's like, I know you're okay with me like advertising, but I am fairly certain you don't have a specific self-promo channel, so I'm just not going to there. It's fine, it's fine. All is fine. There's a bunch of people I would like to self-promo to, but basically none of them have self-promo channels, and I'm like, okay, I don't want to be that guy. I'm gonna be chill. And so here we are. Anyway, how are y'all doing? Hopefully people are having a good day. I can't find all of the self-promo channels. Bruh. How dare das sein? Alright, I'm almost done. Yeah, actually I am done. I am completely done. All is well. Don't mind me. Well, maybe not. Maybe there's one more. We're just here vibing at this point. Like, really? I might need to... So refresh that because I don't think that's working. Bruh. No, that didn't have a thing. Alright, screw it. I believe we're good. Ah, that was my elbow. The elbow, it hurts! Hey, what's up, Kana? How you doing? Alright, we is here now. Is this working? Technically, yes, but the chat isn't showing up in my OBS. That's weird. Started early. I did start early. Reload overlays. Okay, so my chat then is not working on OBS, but it's working on the thing. This makes no sense. It's okay, we'll work with it. Doing well? Excellent. That is wonderful to hear. So very happy. There's a bug on my screen. Hey, what's up, Hell? How you doing? This is gonna be a very chill, very vibe-heavy day. I have a cup of tea, actually, not coffee, as per my normal, to reflect the sheer chill vibes we will be experiencing. So by all means, grab yourselves a beverage. So anyway, I decided that I wanted to make my own tabletop RPG. And I want to do something really stupid with it, but I also just kind of want to make the dang thing, you know? So I decided, screw it. I will make a tabletop RPG that can be easily adjusted for basically everything I want to do, which is essentially everything involving tabletop gaming, including war games, skirmish games, actual tabletop role-playing games like D&D, and even solo games, which I have been playing quite a bit lately. In fact, one of my inspirational materials right here is 5 Parsecs from Home, which is an excellent solo tabletop game. And I really want to kind of emulate how 5 Parsecs does things because I've really been enjoying it, but I do want to cut it down a little bit. So, it doesn't have systems for blackjack, and I'm going to be disappointed in you. I want to make it kind of like Savage Worlds, where it can effectively do everything. But I want it to be simplistic enough that I can cut pieces off of it to where it just boils down to straight combat very easily to make it war game compatible, if that makes sense. And honestly, if I can get to the point where I don't even have to cut pieces off of it, that would be even good. That would be better. But I'm trying to figure out, first and foremost, like what the base stats are going to be, and then once I figure that out, I can kind of expand from there and go like, okay, I know generally what my... I have a general idea of what my dice system is going to be. And then I have another general idea of what I want the stats to be, as you can see on screen here. So, yeah, creating a game is it's a little difficult. I also have, as I showed in the thumbnail, that thumbnail, by the way, the thumbnail for this particular stream. That is actually a picture of my IRL game collection. So, like the Fate books, the Cypher books, Starfinder, all the D&D crap, 5 Parsec. Those are my copies of the games. I have those physically right next to me at this moment. So, yeah, I am a bit of a turbo nerd. Appreciate whoever liked already, by the way. You have more... you have more faith in me than I do, which I do really appreciate. Okay, so I should probably do this first. So the program that you're seeing, by the way, this is called Scrivener. It's like a writer's software kind of thing. It helps you stay organized and such. I can throw a link up if you want, but yeah. I need to... Actually, hold on. Let me catch up with chat here. Hail Devious, master of paper, builders of world, crafter of continents, shaper of fates, and awaken of monsters like the dread gazebo. That is going to be a thing, I swear. How goes your chill day? You know what? I'm gonna call it chill day at Chile because that's some Australian stuff right there. I've heard. I know this is basically secondhand from a Russian Badger video, but I remember the episode where they had the Mozzie voice actor who's like violently Australian, and he says something about like going to get a cheeseburger, and he's just like, "You just go get a cheesy." You know what? I think we can refer to a chill day as a chili. That's fine. That's a thing. I need to get into my Cypher book. Got it a bit ago, not opened it yet. I like Cypher for the simplicity of it. I absolutely despise it for how it does customization. Because with Cypher, for those of you who don't know, Cypher is a system that is based off of a difficulty ladder. So it's like every 3 difficulty or something, you have a different number that you got to roll in a d20, but your skills lower it depending on how you implement them. But the thing is, your skills and abilities in Cypher are not interchangeable. You can't just yank a. You can't like take different skills, if that makes sense. So if you have two people who are warriors that do void shenanigans, they're both gonna perform identically, almost no matter what, give or take a little on their stats, like their base stats. You cannot change the abilities unless you custom make some stuff. But the custom making stuff is very awkward. However, Cypher is a pretty solid just fire and forget type of system. You don't need to think too hard, and the GM doesn't need to do a whole lot of rolling or worrying about dice. It's literally like 4 numbers to create a monster. And that part's great. But anyway, I have a lot of... Funnily enough, my favorite tabletop RPG is not actually on there, on the thing, because I don't have a physical version of it. The favorite version, or the favorite one being Savage Worlds, which I've been playing the crap out of. And I just don't have a physical version of it yet. Big sad. Anyway, let's actually get to important stuff. So, yes, by the way, I do type everything in Comic Sans. It's easier to read and process, and it doesn't hurt my eyes after 15 minutes, so sorry, you guys are just going to have to deal with that. So the dice system that I'm thinking up is... How do I want to say this? So it is a... Yeah, D6 pool system. And the idea is every... So over here with the stats. Speed, that's going to be... You know what, let's just go ahead and write these out right now. Far in inches a character can move with 1 action. This is going to be a 3-action economy kind of game, by the way, because I do kind of like that. Out of Space Weirdos is another one that I'm really big into. I've actually got a copy of that right here. For y'all's sake, though, I'm going to try and use a PDS for all of this stuff, so I can flip in between. And actually... I could totally just reopen this later, and I think I'm going to. It's fine, don't worry about it. Alright. So, the inches part, I'm gonna basically default to that, but I'm also going to have it to where if you're using a grid, then every 1 inch is 1 square. So, this should be compatible with grid. You know, let me just put that on there. There we go. Have that on there just for posterity's sake. And let's make this a little bit easier to see. Underline. So let's do bang. Well, yeah, let's do... Wait. Screw it. No, I just screwed it up. I don't do tech stuff very often, okay? Give me a break. This is going to be such a crap show. And actually, I can't do it that way. Yeah, I'm trying to underline all of them without having to do some weirdness. But it's fine. It's okay, we'll do this crap manually. So, base stats. Let's talk about this. Base stats, body. So, body is going to be overall. Let's back up a little. How physically formidable a character is. Based on strength, general fortitude, And you know what? Let's do this. Some strength and general health. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. I think. We're defining basics at the moment, so all of this is subject to rewording. If any of you guys have like ideas as we go along, by the way, please hit me. Like, freaking hit me with them. I do not mind. One thing though. I am gonna switch this up momentarily. But I do want to open a couple of things first, just so I have them available. So give me one moment, please. No. Right, I forgot where I put my stuff. I am a genius! Okay, I'm probably not going to use anything involving Cypher, I'm going to be honest. But we'll have it open, just in case. Because I respect the system. I don't like it, but I respect it. Then we'll throw Fate up there as well, because Fate's pretty cool. Basically just getting out reference materials, don't mind me. That's not it. Alright. Hey, what's up, Dad? How you doing? I'm glad you're okay. You're alive, at least for now. Yeah, there's another thing called Fragged Empire that I've been wanting to get into, but I kind of haven't. Then, do I want to involve Lancer? Because I'm gonna be honest, Lancer actually does something that I really like. Lancer does it in kind of a way that I'm not fond of, though. You know, let me just move this over to display capture. There we go. Welcome behind the curtain, everybody. We are absolutely vibing right now. Don't mind me. Behold the inside of my computer. I'm gonna go ahead and pop open the Lancer book. And basically just going to have this stuff open. Oh, I realize I already have one of those out. Whatever. Just in case I need stuff, so don't worry about it. Mini 6 I kind of need to check into. One page rules is also another one. Probably going to go through this. Rules. Okay, that's good. Firefight. Oh, that's the extended version. Well, actually, we might need the extended version now that I think about it. Because the core rules might be a little different. Yeah, let's do that. I'll explain all of this at some point, I promise. There's competitive rules. There's the basic rules. And we'll have that out just in case. All right. There's a lot of stuff going on here. I understand. I am doing the thing where I have way too many reference materials. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. Kind of. Maybe. Not really. Planet 28 is another one of those that I want to play. And Space Weirdos, right. This one needs to be a thing. There we go. Am I missing anything? I don't know Worlds Without Number. I don't want to involve Starfinder. Savage Worlds might be a good idea. Yeah, don't mind the sheer number of things we got going on here. It's okay. There we go. There's the rules. Okay, now that we got our reference materials out. Why did I do all that? Good question. because we're building one of these. Can't have spicy food, so that might slowly kill me. You have my deepest condolences. Pardon the odd suggestion, but why not change psyche to enlightenment? I know it's a longer word, but you could abbreviate body tech. Body ability, tech, enlightenment, speed is base. That's actually that's funny. That is funny. I don't know if enlightenment would be a good word for that though, because like you said, it is pretty long. I do want to keep. So I do want this to be a quick and fast kind of system. If possible, I want this to look a lot like. I want the finished product to look like this, which is like a zine style, like a magazine kind of style that you could just print out, fold the paper, and staple it and have it all together. This is the entire game for Space Weirdos, which, to be fair, is a skirmish war game, but I do want it. I want this to be that easy to just cut through and get to the important bits. So I'm actually gonna do something similar to what Grimdark Future does, which is this is literally like generally this can all be set into one page, front and back. Like that's the beauty of Grimdark Future or the one-page rules stuff. Which, by the way, if you haven't heard of one-page rules, all of this stuff is free. Go check it out. They're amazing. But I do want that sort of instant recognizability for a lot of this. And just immediately easy to pick up, if that makes sense. So I like the idea. There might be another cool kind of word that we can throw in about that, but smarts fit better. It would. I don't really feel the need to make it an I forgot the word, but an acronym. There we go. I don't think we really need an acronym for this. Because grit needs to go in there as well. Grit's going to be a thing. But here, let's finish defining all of these, and then we'll go with that a little bit later. I'm not looking for funny details at the moment. It's a good idea. It is a good idea, but I do need like the broad strokes more than anything. So, how do I define this? So let's go with dexterity and fine motor skills. That seems reasonable. Underline tech. So this is why I wanted to avoid making psyche the smarts kind of thing, because tech is more of like someone's general intelligence. Psyche is going to be more... Psyche is going to be more of like willpower, if that makes sense. So... Let's go with some fancy words here. So, there's that. I think I need to include grit on the original thing here. Because grit is going to be something like luck in 5 parsecs, which is essentially it's almost like a health stat, if that makes sense. So look at this. I do want this to be a generally do whatever kind of system. However, I do need a way for there to be sort of hero characters and basic characters. And I'm thinking grit is going to be my way to do that. So in Grimdark Future, the one-page rules version, there is a character trait called Tough, and this is most often assigned to heroes and large creatures, or just generally really, really tough creatures. Come on, where is it? Here we go. It's right in front of me. There it is. So, yeah. And that's weird. Models with this special only roll to check wounds effects once they have taken at least X wound. Okay, so basically what this is saying is your tough is like having an HP bar in the first place, which is kind of what I'm looking for here. So I want grit to be that kind of general ability that everyone has, but for the vast majority of people, it's only 1. So if somebody takes 1 wound, then they just get got right there. But then you have a hero character, like in Savage Worlds, there are normal characters called extras, and then there's wild cards who have 3 wounds, whereas your normal character only has 1. Excuse me. Had to get a little sip. So, how do I word this is the thing. I don't think this should be under non-character creation traits because this is going to be something that's there for character creation. Grig? What's the hell, brain? Let's do measure of how well character can shrug off catastrophic damage. Yes, I'm leaving this in there. It's the plot armor stat. That is a thing. That is canon to the experiment now. So let's throw another one of these in here actually. So interesting choice of font. I agree completely. However, hear me out. I was a while back. I actually contacted an editor about one of my books that I'd written, and I never got them published or anything, but I did get into the early process of talking to her about it, and she specifically requested that all of the everything that I sent her, the manuscript, all be at size, there we go, size 14 font, and it must be Comic Sans. The reason being because it's very easy to read. And I didn't really think of that at the time because I was still going with like Times New Roman or whatever the heck everybody else does. But I started using it and it's actually really nice. Like legitimately, this is very easy to read compared to basically anything else. So yeah, it's an interesting font choice, but it works for me. Hope you don't mind. Alright, so Sample character. We're just gonna have this out, so speed, we'll make it 4. Body, I don't know, let's do 2. I'm so hardwired. Maybe they were trolling you. No, it's actually easier to read, in all honesty. This is a professional thing, by the way. I paid $300 for her to take a look at my stuff, and she specifically requested that I send it in Comic Sans size 14. And I started using it, and frankly, she's right. It's easier to read. So agility, let's do 3. I keep doing that. Tech, let's make that a 1. And then, okay, look, let me explain myself. The reason I keep tabbing after everything is because I'm so used to writing like in a normal context. I'm so used to doing short stories and crap. Every time I hit enter, I just automatically slap tab. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm like this. So, Psyche. Let's make this a caster type character. Is your stat scale 1 to 5, 1 to 10, 1 to 20? That's a good point. Very good point, actually. Let's clarify that right now. So, stat scale. Let's go with normal human, range from 1 to 5. Let's just, again, we're experimenting with this, and I haven't even explained the dice system yet. But 1 to 5 is going to be default for like normal-ish people. So let's just have that right there, as is. That's fine. So, like, 2 would be... I'm going to say 1 is average, actually. Like, generally just 1 is average. That's a good question, though. So, we'll say 1 is average, then 2 is pretty good, 3 is, like, professional status. That sounds pretty okay. Then, Grit, let's give him 1. 2, 1. So the thing I'm looking at here is, do I want this to be like luck in 5 parsecs? Because in 5 parsecs, every character only has 1 health, basically. If they take damage, they automatically go down. Unless they have a luck point, in which case they can sort of spin that to dodge out of the way and survive. So do I want this to be straight up HP, or do I want it to be a spendable resource? Because if it's a spendable resource, it stands to reason that I might want to be able to spend that on something else. If it's a spendable resource, then the default grit should be 0. Let's try this for right now, just to see how it goes. So, let's hop back to the dice system, actually. So, I don't know, let's do how to roll. So, the theory here is you roll 1d6 per skill point. So in theory, you'd roll, like say you're trying to bash your way through a door, you would roll body, and then there would be either a difficulty class, just to use a familiar term, for the door to be bashed in. So like, here, I got some dice with me right now because I'm a turbo nerd. I always have dice. But let's say, for the sake of argument, I want to bash through a door that looks pretty spicy. So I've got 2 body, right? let's say the door is not too tough, so I need if one is average, what about characters that are below average, such as those that are handicapped, very old, or very young? That is a fair point. That is a very fair point. I got another idea. I got another great idea. Okay, so in Savage Worlds, there is a thing called a wild dice that specifically wild cards are given, right? So basically, to roll a wild dice, you roll your normal skill alongside whatever your wild dice is. And actually, I can demonstrate this immediately. Hold on to your butts. That is a good point, Jack. Well, this is why I'm doing this. This is why I'm doing this kind of public. I'll use the multiplayer system. This is fine. This is a game that I'm running for some friends. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I know. Absolutely. Look at this quality artwork right here. No, I'm not explaining any of this. You guys are going to have to wonder why Chef Rush and Godbert frickin' Manderville is on the beach together. That's fine. Now, as you can see, there's some things going on here. Let's grab a random civvy. Don't worry about the random mud raptor. This is fine. So, if you roll for a skill in Savage Worlds, let's say Civvy Boy needs to do the same thing, needs to bash a door down. So we'll roll strength. Usually it's athletics, but who gives a crap? So you roll and they get a 2. In Savage Worlds, a 4 is a success, right? Let's say it's a d6 just for the sake of argument. Yeah, don't worry about Godward. Don't worry about Godward. So that would be technically a fail. But that's not what I kind of brought you in here to pay attention to, because let's go ahead and grab Chef Boom here. Don't worry about it. So the civvy is an extra, which means they only get the 1 dice to roll. Make sense? The answer is right. Yeah, that's Ren's character. We're not going to worry about it. But anyway, a civvy has, or an extra rather, just a basic extra that I have put literally nothing else into, has only 1 dice to roll. However, someone like Chef Boom over here, who has who is classed as a wild card, gets multiple dice. And just for the sake of argument, let's roll this, and this is without any modifications. Okay, this is exploding dice, but the point is you roll a second dice based on the fact that he's a wild card. So what I'm thinking right off the bat, let's make it to where 1 is the baseline. Though maybe 2. Maybe 2. Maybe 2, but then I'm gonna have to probably up the skills as well. I might be getting ahead of myself here. What I'm thinking is let's add a buff to the grit skill, right? So let's say if you wanted to roll to bash through a door, as we have been demonstrating here. So you would roll your body plus your remaining grit. That way, if you've taken damage, you get less of the grit to utilize, but it doesn't spend the grit. That only happens if your character would take damage. Now we're getting into some fanciness here. Okay, this is starting to make sense. Hold on now. Let's add this in. Put that in as a note. But okay, let's refocus here. So the theory that I'm going off of here is you roll 1d6 per skill point, and maybe extras based on grit. So then success chart. So 1 would be a... Okay, hear me out. I'm going to type all this out and then I'm going to explain it. Okay, so tell me if this doesn't make sense, but let's roll this just to see. Okay, so what I rolled was, let's throw it over here in the test space. I rolled a 1, a 2, and a 5. So here's what I'm thinking about this dice system, because this is going to be like a success and fail kind of dice system, right? So if you roll a 2 or a 3, it's kind of like fate, nothing happens, basically. 2 and 3 are completely null, they're fails, but we're not really counting fails, per se. We're only counting successes. So actually, let's change that to a null. And then change this to a failure, remove 1 success. So I do want there to be a capability to pretty heavily explosively crit, if possible. So under this idea, rolling a 6 would give you 2 successes, right? And then rolling a 4 and a 5 is a normal success. 2 to 3, null, nothing happens. 1, remove 1 success. So for our example over here, this would equal 0 successes. Fail. Does this make sense? I hope it does, because I am not having a solid brain day, apparently. But it's okay. All is well. Hey, all my dice lined up in the exact same way and order. That is actually a bit spoopy. Anyway. So now the question becomes, what does extreme success look like? Obviously rolling multiple 6s would be pretty spicy. I do want there to kind of be a success with a raise kind of system like in Savage Worlds, because I really love that system, but that would be pretty spicy with so low numbers. But I want to keep the numbers low, so we're on the right track at least. Not sure why all my dice lined up like that, but hey, whatever. Okay, so then I'm thinking I really like the whole if you have grit, roll extra dice idea. I'm really liking that. Yeah. So let's just go ahead. Acts as dice. Roll 1 extra d6 per unspent grit point. I like that. So then if you have a character that, well, then we might have a problem with people just speccing directly into grit. But then grit is going to be one of those things that you can't just buy into, I would assume. That would make people really tough, though. Maybe there's like another ability that I can give that would balance that out. Huh. It might be worth separating these two. I could also just make it to where the body stat is more or less the HP of a target. And then the grit can be used kind of like bennies to force rerolls. That would also be pretty spicy. Oh, there's so many options, and I don't know any of them that are good. When in doubt, take a sip of tea. Okay. Making game is hard. So I think that's been properly explained at the moment. So then, okay, look. The thing I'm looking at right now is 1 to 5 a good baseline for this system? Because the way I'm thinking about it is like 1 to 5 is your normal like person kind of thing. So 1 is your absolute baseline, and then rolling above that. So like 1 is your baseline, you know, normal human stuff, and then 5 is like borderline superhuman, does literally nothing but this their entire life, has it figured out down to the bone. Someone was asking about earlier about if someone has like is disabled or very young, very old. That can come into this. Let me throw this in there. Advantage and disadvantage. Yes, I'm using D&D-ish terms because they're very specific. They're very blunt terminology, and I like that. So, success on 3 to 5, and then disadvantage null on 2 to 4. So then if somebody is like, if somebody has an edge over someone else with the same stuff, like, I don't know, if you get into a sniper fight and your opponent only has iron sights but you have a scope, then that would be a cause for like advantage on your shooting check or whatever. Something similar to a system I came up with a while back, an attempt to use tarot cards rather than dice as a number generation mechanic. Numbers were 1 to 5 with 2 to 3 being baseline. Yeah, that kind of tracks. I don't want to add in... Oh, yeah. 1 being the baseline... 1 being the baseline is something I do kind of want to go with, because like I want you to be able to very easily feel powerful, you know? But then again, that might be a bad idea. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe 2 is the baseline. Right? Let's make it like that. Let's make it like that, just to adjust. So yeah. Whoa, hold on now. Not what I wanted. So 2 is going to be our average. Why not? I'm okay with that. So then somebody with a stat of 1 really tells you that they are not good in that thing. So somebody with like a 1 body is going to be very frail and weak. Somebody with a 1 agility is going to have terrible reflexes, be very slow. 1 in tech, cannot figure out iPhones. And 1 in psyche, very easy to manipulate and or do things to their mind. Okay, I'm digging it. Dumb idea. Agros, agility, genius, grit, rapidity, operations, stability. I don't dislike it. I do think it needs a little adjustment, though. And I think generally the terminology is a little bit too flowery. Hell, like it's a cool freaking idea. If you throw that into like a really, really easy to grasp zine format, I would play the shit out of that. That sounds fun. But I do want the system to be a little more expansive than it looks at the moment, obviously. So I want to keep the terminology very simple. Like, really, I'm not scuffed about there being no stats acronym. I'm not worried about that at all. It would be cool, but, not everyone can just throw stuff together like special and immediately have it recognizable across, 10,000 mediums. Just a personal thought on this, but I can easily justify the numbers as 1 subpar, 2 average, 3 competent, 4 genius, 5 heroic. I like that, actually. Do you mind if I put that in here? I'm totally okay with that. I really like that idea. Do you mind if I throw that in as like the explanation of what these skill levels look like, at least for now? Because I'm also thinking I might upgrade it to a 1 through 6 instead of a 1 through 5. That way we can have the level of like, the Master Chief kind of things. Go for it. Thank you so very much. So let's just do... Whoop. Oh. All right, let's do 5 right now and actually... So 1, 2, average, 3, content. Legendary would be the next above heroic. I agree. I put freaking competent. Coping today, aren't we? Anyway. Competent genius. Who did spell genius wrong, but it's okay, I'll forgive you. And then heroic. And just so we remember it, just have that in there, just in case. Just in case we come back to this ability. He's quite competent. Why are you like this? Look, dude, I know I'm struggling just to English right now, but I've wanted to do this for a while, so it's not going to be amazing, but I want to do it. Plus, I've always wanted to create content for tabletop games, and this will allow me to do that in spades as much as I want. Typing Savage Rears, it's ugly head. I thought you were about to reference Savage Worlds, and I was like, oh dear. Oh boy, here we go. All right. All right, so that's there. By the way, I was fiddling with this system, and I have already created a first draft. And I did it kind of in order, but this is an absolute mess. I'm not going to use these rules, I think. Because that's a little bit too high. But yeah, my original stat line was a lot more wargaming. And it was like speed, defense for ranged and melee, attack for ranged and melee, then tech and will. I think that's a little bit much. We can boil that down. And then I got into like the actual wargame stuff. I think I don't want to focus on the wargame side of things. Because like I said, I want this to be able to do multiple things. And yeah, I already created a whole set of stuff. Like I went ham. This is one night of just throwing my brain into it. But I'm not going to use that draft because honestly, I think it's a bit scuffed. So there's that. Now what? Get a little sip of water. Hydrate, by the way. Hydration check. I'm gonna actually grab a snack here in a second. What do is the question? What is the next step, actually? So, I'm going to consult 5 parsecs from home to see what the next step is after figuring out stats, and that's actually a terrible idea. I need to figure out a way to make the stats, like how to get them onto the character. I think would be the important part. Yeah, 5 parsecs only has 5 skills, funnily enough. I have 6. Actually, technically 5 parsecs has 6 as well, because luck is also a thing there, and that's basically grit. Okay, that's probably not the best thing to go on. I had an odd idea, but I think a health bar is a really simple idea. But it usually only accounts for stamina. Always seemed to me that one's dexterity and intelligence ought to contribute. That being said, you wanted to have grit, define a character's importance in the world, correct? Yeah. So, I want grit to be sort of like, as it says, the plot armored stat. So, say our sample character up here gets shot at. And they roll whatever the corresponding ability is. Let's say they roll agility to try and get out of the way. It's going to be a little deeper than that. We'll figure it out. But then fails, and now the character takes damage. How does damage look? And what I'm thinking the answer to that question is, damage looks like you remove a grit point, and basically, with the removal of the grit point, this is something that occurs in 5 parsecs. It occurs in Fate to an extent. It also occurs in Cypher. It's one of the kind of important mechanics of Cypher. But basically, you are removing your capability to do stuff in order to prolong your participation in whatever's going on, right? So, like, this character would be rolling 3 for their body because of their grit point. But if they get hit, their grit point goes to 0. Now they're only rolling their stats baseline. Does that make sense? So I'm looking at grit as kind of like, I guess, character's heroic nature, maybe. It's kind of hard to describe what's going on in my brain. And I'm probably not describing it very well on paper, which is going to be a problem. which means I need to quantify these. Yeah, let's go ahead and put this on there. Damage, remove 1 grit point until, remove 1 grit point if a character with no grit is damaged, they are incapacitated. And let's say refresh on long rest, just to have it there. Hey, what's up, Goma? How you doing? I've been okay. I'm chilling. I'm still kind of fighting with the whole anxiety thing, but it's kind of under control at the moment. Like, it's poking its head up, but I think I got a handle on it. I also have my meds available just in case I need them. I need to actually go to a psychiatrist and get prescribed long-term meds, but hey, that's for another day. So basically, a Goomba in Mario has 1 grit, and when it gets stomped, it's done. No. Hell, you're 1 ahead. So when a character with 1 grit gets stomped, let's say the Goomba has 1 grit. It gets stomped, the grit goes away, and it is less capable of doing things. So, like in your analogy, it's more like the turtle. The turtle gets slapped, and now suddenly it is very vulnerable. Then it gets hit again, and it's out. So 0 grit would be the baseline. Which I should probably put in here. There we go. Does not sound like a good idea. Worst case scenario. Character slips on a banana peel and is dead weight 5 minutes into the game session. To an extent. So Goomba just has 0 grit. Yes. Well, Jackwolf, it's not as simple as like slipping on a banana peel, because there are other things that you can do besides just giving damage to people. And you also kind of have to be able to define what damage is, right? So if we're looking at it in a, maybe not like a D&D sense, but in a more D&D fashion, if your character nicks their finger with a dagger, that could be a -1 health point. In a game like, say, Savage Worlds, 5 Parsecs, Fate, you have essentially debuffs that you give to a character instead of taking health away. So you nick your finger, so you get a detriment to fine motor task involving your fingers, you know? Savage Worlds is more, it's a little bit more on the HP side of things, because you have 3 wounds and you get less capable of doing things as those wounds go up. So you just get a straight -1 to stuff if you have a wound, and then a -2 if you have 2, -3 if you have 3. So kind of an interesting middle ground. I actually really like the Savage Worlds wound system, but it's not like you slip on a banana peel and break your back if you have 0 grit. It's like, okay, you slip on a banana peel, slam into the ground, and now you're dazed for a couple of seconds. Then you can say, like, if something is going to happen as a result of that, then you address it. If not, then that just doesn't do damage and has no long-term effects. So is grit kind of like exhaustion? That's the comparison that's coming to mind right now. Yeah, kind of. Kind of, but not really. I think I should just compare grit kind of to plot armor, because that's basically what it is. Here we go. Might reduce your dexterity, getting cut on your finger. It might reduce your psyche, Slipping on a banana peel because embarrassment. Yeah, and we can do the whole advantage and disadvantage thing as well. So if you say nick your finger on a dagger and then you have to type something into a computer, but it's like, it's really a really tense moment and you have to, then you get disadvantage on the roll, which means you succeed less often. But it's not going to like completely take you out of the fight. So, slipping on a banana, okay, maybe you hit your tailbone and your speed goes down or something. There's other factors that we can add in besides just straight taking health away. Which is one of the things I absolutely freaking despise about D&D, because it seems very remiss to give people debuffs as opposed to just taking HP away. And when it does give you debuffs, they're catastrophic and horrible and very boring. I've lost all respect for D&D, I apologize. Unless you're in a kart race, then that banana peel is going to take a grip because it's more of a detriment, potentially wiping out. Yeah, context is important. Thank you. That is very important. That is a thing. Context is extremely important. Wizard takes 1d4 embarrassment damage, immediately dead. No death save. Does that, like, dude, come on, that doubled his health. Are you? Yeah, he's gone. Honestly, I don't think tying grit to health is a good idea. It would make more sense to tie it to body and treat grit like the hero dice found in 5e. What are hero dice? I do not know what that is. And also, I'm thinking of it more in the sense that grit is kind of like a meta currency, like bennies in Savage Worlds or fate points in Fate. So there's other stuff that you can spend them on as well, but I see what you're saying in that might just be a little bit too much, because then people would just never spend it. However, I don't want to have a separate stat for body. I would like to know what hero dice are, though, because I'm not familiar with those. Free reroll of a... Oh, so it's basically like inspiration. That makes sense. Basically, you'll have a baseline for each stat, and depending on the situation, the DM will decide which stat is affected. That is more along the lines of Cypher, and I don't want to take stats away from my characters if I don't have to. So, like, in our earlier example, yeah, if you slip, nail your tailbone, and suddenly walking hurts, yeah, it takes some speed away, but that's a very specific kind of thing. That's a very particular situation. But again, I'm looking at grit kind of like it is in 5 Parsecs from Home as luck, which is essentially if your character takes catastrophic damage and would otherwise go down, they just straight up don't go down. All I'm doing is adding a buff to having more grit available. Excuse me. So then, if somebody starts a fight really heroic and badass and keeps fighting in all directions, as they take more and more damage, they're going to be fighting less effectively on all fronts, and eventually they'll just basically run out completely, be completely exhausted, and then go down. Grid is kind of sounding like one of those 14 player refuse to use cooldowns because they might need them later if grid is kind of a universal currency, so to speak. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking of as like, so the way I feel like I'm saying the same thing to different questions. I do apologize if that's the case. I may just be misinterpreting the questions themselves. So, like, the way I'm looking at it right now is until you take damage, grit just passively gives you a buff, which is more dice to roll on your skill checks. If you take damage, then you have basically less grit points giving you these buffs on a regular basis. So it's sort of like a passive that you lose as you take damage, if that makes sense. It'll go both ways. You gain a stat in speed by putting on roller skates, but you might lose a point of agility at the same time. I'm not going to say you lose points, but it's going to, like, that would probably give disadvantage to your agility checks, depending on how it is. So you describe grit as the plot armor stat. It makes more sense to use it as a semi-refreshable currency rather than a buff that boosts other stats. Hey, what's up, Quizzle? Maybe your agility needs to be above a certain point for the skates to increase your speed. We're getting into heavy details now. Like, that's very specific stuff. I don't want to touch on that right away. I do think I kind of need to figure out how the rules are going to look, though. So let's do that. So then let's do here. Let's look at our skills. So, base scenario. Just to throw this out there. I'm not going to do physical dice because it's hard for you guys to see. I get it. My apologies in advance. But let's take a look here. So let's say the sample character wants to, I don't know, parkour up a building. So in this case, they roll wrong button. They roll 4d6. This is Savage World, so it splits them up. That's all. How did I get all threes? I have never seen that happen before. Thank you for making me look weird, Savage Worlds. But okay, so we get all threes, which, based on our system here, would be all failures. Or not failures, but all null. So we did not succeed in doing the thing. But there's no negative, so we don't fail. I'm starting to see a potential issue here. I think having 6 as 2 successes might be a little bit much. Let's do some more test rolls here. Yeah, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4 successes and 1 null. Then, yeah, I'm rolling really hot today. So that would be 5 minus the 1. That would be 4 still. I'm gonna leave that mechanic in for now because I don't think I have a way to just give a hard and fast yes, this is gonna be bad. I do also kind of want to do something a little bit different with actual stats, like derived stats. Become less capable as you lose grit. Kind of encourages a playstyle that discourages taking risks and playing extremely safe for optimum results. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, Jack Wolf. What game is that not the meta style? Like, if you really just want to be the most effective person in the room, where is the game where... And this is assuming that there aren't any defensive abilities that you could pop to make yourself incredibly tanky. But actually, I just don't agree with that argument. Because, I mean, it's the same thing with HP in Dungeons and Dragons. It's the same thing because, like, you can't fight an enemy without putting yourself at risk in the first place. So, like in D&D, if you go into a fight with, I don't know, a kobold and they hit you with some sticky glue or something, then you're going to have a debuff and then they're going to bonk you in the head and you're going to lose HP, which is functionally exactly the same thing as losing a grit point. So I don't... Actually, counter argument. Looking at Cypher, you become less effective as you lose X, like your abilities. In Cypher, you just straight up lose stats, right? So let me hop over to here. Where did I put Cypher? There it is. Okay, I was in a place. Why is the book so dang big for Cypher? Okay, so here. Might, speed, and intellect. These are the 3 stats for Cypher. If you get hit, depending on how you get hit, you lose those stats. Like, you just straight up lose points in the stats. So, like, if you have a might of 16 and I think... How do I explain this without seeming like an idiot? All right. There's multiple layers to this, like edge and effort, but so you have a might pool. And this is for like your physical capability, right? Counter argument at 3.5 barbarian have a rage that gives them temporary hit points. It allows first and thus encourages an aggressive risk-taking playstyle. Yeah, but what if they get critted? Like, I understand that. Let's say your barbarian gets 10 temporary HP, rushes into a fight, and gets critted out for 37 damage. Don't tell me it's not possible. It's been done to me. So then what? You cannot fight without risk. And then we come to the Cypher system, which is doing kind of something like what I'm talking about. So you have your might pool. If your character just gets their fade run, like they take a battle axe to the chest, that damage goes straight into their might pool. So your might pool might be at like 16. You might be a strong mofo. But then you take the axe and it goes down to 11. And suddenly you're not nearly as physically strong. And that's just kind of how it goes until you run out of all of your stats. Which, granted, you can still use abilities and such. It's not like a constant passive thing that you get through this, but you can spend those points to do stuff. So in that same theory, you are losing power. But your skills in Cypher are literally your health pool, right? But the point I'm trying to get at is, if you're talking about, I don't get the logic, man. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, I personally, I don't see it. And honestly, kind of the same thing in Savage Worlds, because in Suede, I'm going to grab one of my players here. Yes, Ren. So in Suede, you have these lovely things called bennies. And you get bennies pretty often. It's definitely a very meta resource. But you can spend them as a just a straight up reroll on whatever. So if you do like athletics and you get a 1 and a 2 on your dice, then you can spend a Benny and re-roll it. Bennies also allow you to do a vigor roll to try and nullify damage coming in. You could also pop them to get rid of Shaken, which is the first step to actually taking damage. So like, I'm seeing all of these systems where you have the situation where you're spending an ability or you're spending a resource to do things, and that resource can also be taken from you by taking damage. True, most tabletop RPGs do not say you've lost half your hit points. Now you take a -5 penalty to picking locks. Suede does. Suede does. Fate has something similar. Um, 5 parsecs doesn't do it. Cipher definitely does it because you're losing a resource as you lose your capabilities. I don't think Starfinder does it, but that's also the same DNA as like D&D, so I kind of lump all of those together. And yeah, there's. I'm gonna be honest, man. I think when you say most TTRPGs, you're mainly talking about like the most visible TTRPGs. Because if we're talking about just the usual D&D-esque D20 systems, you're right. You're absolutely right. But there's a lot of systems out there that use other dice types, other rules entirely that have something very similar to this. And honestly, I'm like, the more we're talking about it, the more I'm kind of thinking that yes, I really do want grit in there as a sort of play smarter so you don't take as much damage, and when you do risk, it's calculated. You see what I'm saying? So like, I do want to kind of encourage people to be careful, but I also want them to be able to get away with some shenanigans. Like for there to be a kind of a backdrop to, I don't know, absolutely getting bodied. I don't know. I lost my train of thought there. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I will concede, however, depending on how this plays out, it may very well be viable to take the roll extra d6s away from grit as a stat. However, if we're doing that, I do think that the skill numbers are too low. But then if people are just straight fighting each other and they all have the same stats, then I guess it's not that big of a deal. That's going to be one of our experimental things, I feel. So I'm going to add a few of those in there. And I'm doing that just so it's more visible to me. So just for the sake of moving on, I see what you're saying about grit. I am willing to change it if it becomes an issue, but I think we need to play test that first before we just swap it out. And also, if you want players to play smarter, if you want players to not play like psychopaths, even with spendable resources, I'm gonna be honest, man, you haven't played that many tabletop RPGs. Another one of the basic issues with a play smarter design philosophy, most humans are kind of idiots. I'm not saying this is a diss, it's an established issue shown in the design of bear-proof trash cans. I mean, you're not wrong. But there is a difference to using play smarter as an excuse and using a mechanic to encourage more tactical gameplay. Which, again, I concede, this may be on one side and I'm seeing it as on the other. So like I said, I'm willing to change it, but let's see how it plays out at the moment. Which I do need to kind of progress this in order to be able to test that. So, what do we do next? Let me grab a thing. Grabbing the Fate core system as a kind of starter for Zimonon. Because Fate is doing something that that I kind of appreciate. It's, like this entire system is basically fate, but the number of dice you roll is adjusted. So then, right, I forgot. Fate has a lot of stuff about just creating games and such, which is nice. Actually, now that I look at it, Fate is probably the worst possible book to check in on. And besides, it should be involving you guys, so let's check the PDFs. Oh, by the way, I've been looking at Cairn. It looks like a lot of fun. Haven't been able to actually do anything with it, but it's a D20 system, and I don't want to fiddle with that right now, so we're here. Fate already decided, 5 parsecs. Lancer. Yeah, let's do a look here at Lancer, because Lancer is another D20 system, but I do kind of want to fiddle in with how it does its character creation process. Alright. Oh, hey, great. Wait, have I accidentally been copying this entire time? Hold on a minute. Un momento, we need to read. Pilots are looking unique individuals, multi-talented and resilient. Even so, brand new pilots don't measure up to the tempered, battle-hardened veterans when it comes to shove. The benefits of experience are measured by grit. The bonus that reflects your pilot's deep reservoirs of will to live. Grit is half of your character's life level rounded up. It improves attack bonuses, hit points, and save targets for both your pilot and your mech. Okay, apparently I was pulling this out of my Lancer days. I legitimately did not remember this. That's cool. So that's more of like a level up kind of thing as stats goes, which I am totally okay with. All right. Sorry for being this argumentative about it. It's fine, man. This is why I'm doing this publicly, is because I want people to call me out and talk about mechanics that they do or do not like. Just not fun systems that punish risk taking in a game meant for players to feel powerful. Yeah, I see what you mean, but that's the same thing as like I have a personal, like, absolute hatred for limited buffs, if you understand the meaning. And I feel it's kind of the same. I would rather be able to just like turn on Rage or Blade Dance or, you know, insert whatever here and have it be a refreshable thing that you can get during the course of play, rather than just being a straight up, you have it and you can only use it once, right? I absolutely freaking hate that. But at the same time, if you could just endlessly rage and then do a thing to get your rage back and then do it again, that kind of breaks the game. So I think both of these are, like, they're valid complaints, but at the same time, they're kind of necessary to an extent. So I'm right here with you, man. I am. I get what you're saying. But I don't want... I want players to feel powerful, but I don't want them to feel too powerful too quickly, is what I'm trying to get at, I think. Oh yeah, triggers. I forgot that was a thing. Okay, that's not helping me at all. I do like the simplicity of this, though, but that doesn't help me. That's that. Space Weirdos could be one that I'll look for. But yeah, it's fine, man. At a minimum, you're being pretty direct about it. Like, you're not just completely disavowing everything I say to make your own point. We're having a conversation, which is what I prefer. Okay, I've kind of gotten lost in the sauce here, so we have our stats. What do we need next after stats? Let me consult the archives, question mark. Okay, I'm specifically looking at a game called Space Weirdos, which actually, what am I doing looking at the physical one? Because I have that open. You fool. I was just looking at it. All right, so we have our stats. I guess we need to get into sequence of play and maybe derived stats would be a good idea. Actually, I've been kind of worried about action economy. And I think what I'm going to do, I might use something similar to this mechanic, because I was very worried about rate of fire as a kind of thing, because this is such a low HP system, if you will. But I still want to be able to emulate, like, okay, you have like a machine gun of some kind that can just rattle away in a general direction. Though I guess I could kind of make that an AoE type of thing. But I can't do something like Suede and give a machine gun a. Oh my god, my cat is annoying. She's in heat and she won't shut up. Anyway, I can't give an LMG a rate of fire of like 4 per action taken, because then that gets into, well, you're going to mow down an entire squad if you use all of your actions to do that. Then the other side of my brain kicks on. It's like, oh yeah, that's actually kind of what happens when you let freedom ring. So, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this one. I do not know. I guess we'll get to that when we get to that, because if I want this to be more of a simplistic kind of a system, then I can figure that out individually. And it doesn't need to be like massive of a thing. Also kind of debating, do I want to deal with command points? But no, we're not dealing with command points. We're dealing specifically with the stuff we got right now. That is not useful to what we're doing, because we're not doing the damage thing. Okay. Conditions we don't need to worry about yet. Here we go. I think equipment might need to be our next step. There could be accuracy checks that increase difficulty per shot or something like that. It's true. It's true. You could also make it to where rate of fire gives you more dice to roll at the cost of disadvantage. That could be a thing, which we're probably about to get into right now, actually. Do want to deal with weapons yet, though? That is the question. I feel like I should be doing something else besides immediately going into how weapons work. Like, obviously I want this to be a game where you do a decent amount of fighting in, but I feel like I'm missing a lot here. But we've got the general bits of how to roll, which is essentially just roll d6 is equal to your skill plus grit. Though, to be fair, this is kind of like, this is all the explanation that Space Weirdos gives you. Yeah, literally, this is the entire, like, how to roll of Space Weirdos. Roll against, or you have a passive opposition, which is a set roll, so... I mean, fair enough, my boy. I swear, sometimes I feel very uncreative. What am I missing? I really feel like I'm missing something for the next step. I'm probably just overthinking it. What are you guys feeling so far? I know grit is on the it's in the spotlight. We're paying attention to it. But what else? Right. I was talking about derived stats earlier, which I think is going to be a combination of equipment as well as base stats, if that makes sense. The problem I'm running into is I want this to be crunchy enough to work as a standalone system, but I also want it to be light and fast enough to be able to use in sort of like en masse, which I don't think I'm going to be able to do. Well, maybe. Maybe we can sort that as we go. Like I said, I'm focusing on purely the one player per model thing right now. Okay, let's just get in and do this. Otherwise, I'm going to be sitting here all day. So derived stats. What we got? So let's say attack. Okay, if I'm going to make this a cumulative thing, then on the character sheet that eventually I'm going to try and make myself, this is 100% going to have to be like a separate box that you can use to quickly reference in the moment. Because if this is something that you have to calculate every single time, then this is going to be really rough. So let's say... can't spell. I don't know what passive defense is going to look like, but we'll figure that out as we go. Then defense. And this is a question. How do we do defense? Because I want there to be essentially 4 stats to use in combat, right? So you're going to have your ranged attack and ranged attack and defense, and then melee attack and defense. I really don't want there to be a precedent for body being only melee and agility being only ranged. Actually, we can make that. Yeah, we could specify that individually for the items though. So yeah, we could totally have an agility focused character that has all this stuff done through agility. So like their attack is a Like, just for the sake of familiar wording, let's say a finesse weapon, it uses their agility instead of body. And then for defense, they have lighter armor that allows them to move around a lot. So they would roll in agility instead of body for defense. Okay. We're getting into more numbers than I initially wanted, though. But I think I can still compact this into how I want. So let's continue. There's bonus from the... I'm actually going to swap these because this kind of makes sense. You want agility to dodge in melee, but you really can't dodge at range, so you kind of just need to tank it. Yeah, that'll be kind of unique, and we could adjust that later. So... I could word this better. Yeah, let's redo this. So let's go back to our test phase here. So let's say with our above character we use let's just say a sword. And the sword uses, let's say... Actually, wait a minute. I have a table that I could use for this, funnily enough. Where is it? Can't select it from here. Alright, so insert table. And we're going to adjust this as needed. So let's do weapon. Gonna make these all centered so they look good. Yeah, do that. Do that. Okay. Looks a little better. We're going to have this open just so we have it available. Going back to the rate of fire thing, I think we're going to base that off of like a threshold of you have so many successes above your opponent, after that you get extra hits. And that can be like a crit kind of thing. But then rate of fire will give you a bonus on top of that. I don't know. That could totally be a thing, actually, now that I think about it. Ooh, that might actually be a good idea. Hold on now. Say my brain. Actually, let's specify I'm not going to go with this, but I do like the idea on kind of a basic level. So we'll work on it. Okay, so weapon. You want to deal with range? I think I want to deal with range. So let's do range and then... How do we deal with extra damage is the thing. See, this is the part that I'm just not sure about. This is where the idea kind of falls apart. Like, how do I increase or decrease damage? I guess I could have something to, like, I don't know, maybe nullify one enemy success or something like that. That seems like it's getting a bit complicated, though. And honestly, I might need to go back to the drawing board and just reset the whole dice system entirely, because I do feel like I'm making it kind of a bit more on the a bit more intense than I need to. So let's go back to here. How do you do it? So that just gives rerolls. Which I guess I could just make it all... I could totally make it like this, where instead of like damage bonuses, you just get traits. Yeah, because like they just straight up don't have damage rolls. So the damage comes from rate of fire and special effects rather than just straight up damage. I like this. So I guess in theory, I don't even need damage. I just make it more difficult for the enemy to roll well. That's really cool. Now, obviously, I'm not using an under fire table. We already have the grit for that, which again is we're probably going to adjust. I'm kind of digging this. So let's go back here. And we don't necessarily need to worry about points yet, but just in case, I'm going to add another column. We are going to need to worry about points eventually, but that's for something else entirely, so I don't think we need that right now. So let's just call this traits, I guess? Actually, now that I think about it, because 5 parsecs does something like this. So... get to the weapons here. Here we go. So 5 parsecs does have damage, but it has a number of traits that just have their bonuses, right? So in theory, I could combine these two ideas and just not have to worry about that whatsoever. This is cool. All right, I have a plan. There we go. Hopefully. All right, that'll work. So. Let's go ahead and make this a little bit bigger so we can fiddle around a little more. Center all that up. Said center all of that up. You fool. Okay. Let's start with the basic weapon. What do we do? What do we do with the basic weapon? I said there was going to be potentially bonuses and detriments to this. Why wasn't I? Actually, yeah, that's a good point. So I am going to need at least one more. So... well, hold on. So that's going to need to be like that. That do like that. And then let's just lower this down, because that does not need to be huge. This kind of does. There we go. Then range probably doesn't need to be that big, but I'm splitting hairs at this point. So weapon, let's just do good old pistol. Range. I'm thinking that we pull an infinity kind of thing. There are ranges, but it just depicts like where you get your stats as listed. So in theory, we could have, like, say, with our pistol, it could have a short range. Let's say, I don't know, 8 to 10 inches or something in there. Let's say 8 inches, just for argument's sake. So it can still work outside of 8 inches, but that's where it's optimal. So you can shoot all the way across the map, but it's going to have a range debuff after you get out there. Let's go ahead and write that down. Range is optimal. Firing outside of range gives a let's say a -1 stat debuff. Hey, my dad's home. No snacking for me today. So that's a thing. Let's say AGL for agility, and then now we gotta think up some traits, and that's gonna be fun. So what would be some good traits for this? I should probably have a character sheet set up so I can see what this looks like, but then, oh my god. Game design is hard. Let me go ahead and write this out. So, attack. Corresponding skill, let's see on weapon, and against enemy defense. Then defense. Bonus to concealment for small arms. I don't think concealment's going to be a big thing. And honestly, I don't think that works in a practical sense. Could do elemental augmentation traits like Warframe does. That's true, but I think that's going to be more of like a specialized kind of thing, like adding on attachments. Obviously, yeah, let's have some weapons that have some elemental stuff, but I'm looking at the base level here. Like, how does carrying on the Warframe thing, I don't need, like, I can't talk about the Hystrix or the Sonic War or anything like that yet. I have to know how the Lado works before I touch any of that. See what I mean? So then, how does the Lado work? And bonus to concealment, that That could totally be a thing. We could add like a suppressor, which would be totally appropriate for the RPG side of things. But I don't think that's going to be like innate to any weapon right off the bat. Or maybe it will be. There are some weapons that have innate suppression tech. So instead, I'm actually going to put this here. So traits, how do we do this? Needs to be in italics, so let's do sidearm. So sidearm is going to be something for like really small weapons that can help in melee, right? Actually, yeah, why not? Let's just say this weapon is small and, or rather, let's not overcomplicate things. Compact enough to use in melee. Okay, I'm good with that. Figure out how to balance the assault rifle before fiddling with sniper shotguns in an FPS mentality. Good process to have. That's kind of what I'm going for here. Like I am identical to you guys. I want to be like, okay, so how do I make a turbo psionic battle mage that snaps his fingers and Thanos' people from halfway across the map, but also has a jetpack because screw it. Hey, let's make him teleport. Not joking, by the way. I actually made a character kind of like that for Space Weirdos, which I would love to play, but heaven forbid anyone around me actually play Space Weirdos. But I want to do that. I want to get to that point, but that's building the penthouse before we have the basement in place, you know? Like I can't, like I said earlier, I can't tell you how the Tsar, the Ogress, all the Kuva weapons, and the Psychron are doing before I know how the basic pew pew thing works. Like I need to get stick, gun, and knife done before I get reality breaking cannon and whatever else. So yeah, I'm desperately trying to stay focused. So I'm going to default to ranged weapons cannot be used in melee. Let's throw that out there. So let's throw that in. Again, temporary rule, but we're having it. So you also got to figure out ammo capacity as well. I'm debatable on that. I am debatable on that because in a lot of these, I don't really feel like giving ammo capacity. And I am kind of dipping into the skirmish and war game kind of thing because you don't worry about ammo capacity in those. But I do agree for a very generalized system. Actually, I don't have to do that just yet. I can make that like an optional rule kind of thing or a side note, like well, I guess I would have to do that as like an extended kind of thing. I don't know. I don't know if I want to worry about ammo yet. If I do need to worry about ammo, that is a fairly simple fix. I can just go in and plug it in as needed. But I don't think worrying about ammo right now is going to benefit too much. So now let's start cranking out some weapons. And I am going to be looking at 5 parsecs because this is the game that kind of inspired me to do this. I haven't actually said it in a while, so let me restate my my mission statement here. So, let's come on, brain. Let me take a sip of tea and try that again, because I like, seriously, train of thought just derailed. Okay. Now, the mission statement for this game that I want to create, that I am in the process of creating, is I want this to be a tabletop RPG that people can use as a baseline to play a skirmish war game, a regular war game with a few tweaks, and most specifically, genre agnostic, to the point that you can do whatever you want with this system. You can take it into the far prehistoric times, you can make it high fantasy D&D, you can make it Tolkien, you can make it Mad Max. Basically, you can plug this into any setting and it be able to function, and I want it to be solo friendly, which is the big one that's going to absolutely kick me in the pants. But that is completely separate from the system itself. I want it to be solo friendly in the sense that I can plug this into a sort of solo expansion, I guess. I don't really want to think like that. That makes me feel dirty, but like sort of a solo module, and it worked flawlessly. But then I also wanted to do all this other stuff and just be kind of my forever game, which is asking a lot. This is probably not the best start to have in game development, but hey, whatever. Truth be told, I kind of want to scale back and play a let's play cavemen with sticks in a world with dinosaurs and little to no magic, instead of let's kill space gods with magic and lasers. Well, that's the thing. I want this system to be able to do both, which is a huge ask, but with it cut back the way that I have it, I feel like it's possible. So let's do that. But anyway, let's get a few more weapons in here. I thought that was a Kenshi track for a second. I was about to be like, yo, did you really just throw that at me? Anyway, so let's pick a few off of here. So we've got our basic pistol. So let's go for the basics, because I do want there to be a distinction between these. So let's do let's do an assault rifle, submachine gun, sniper rifle, and light machine gun. There we go. Let's pick something simple. The club. Yeah, let's do some melee stuff as well since we're here. So I'm gonna leave a space because I can add stuff, but I don't think I can move it around very well. But let's do unarmed, because unarmed, I'm gonna go a little bit off of Space Weirdos here. Everyone by default has the unarmed stat line, and I want that to be the same. So in theory, at least, everyone has a weapon stat line. So we're gonna go unarmed. Actually, we're not even going to do combat knife. We're just going to do a knife, and then something big, something bonky. Let's you know what? Let's be stupid. Let's do bonk stick, and this will be like a big, heavy kind of thing. No, let's not be overly ridiculous about it. So, how about great hammer? There we go. Knife, club, hatchet, spear, and fist seems like basic to me. This is true. This is true. You're right, actually. We do need to expand. So, yeah, let's go with that line, because you got it in a pretty decent setup there. So, knife, club, hatchet, spear. I've got my mic in the way of my hand going from keyboard to mouse, is why I'm taking so long. Knife, club, hatchet, spear, and let's keep great hammer in there just so we have something big and beefy to throw in. And let's organize all of these as such. Beautiful. Okay, now let's go down the line. I'm not worried about range. At this point, I specifically want traits. Only traits. I just realized I put this in test space, and that's not great. So let's do this. Equipment. Go ahead and close that out. Oh yeah, let's finish this off. So, corresponding skill listed on armor against enemies attack. There, quick, simple, easy to remember. Now then, oh crap, I forgot you can just link stuff. I forgot that was a thing. Whoops. Yeah, cool thing about Scrivener, you can just straight up link documents and specific things to other places. It's great. But okay, let's do equipment here and then test space here. Honestly, considering that more than 90% of historical armies were armies with spears, it's kind of shocking how overlooked it is. And the big stick tend to be in tabletop games. I agree completely. But yeah, spears were so freaking common. It's genuinely a travesty how overlooked they are. But okay, let's add in. Can I just move this over here? Oh my god, I can. It is scuffed though. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Why is that not? Okay, I'm just gonna retype that because that's doing something weird with the format. Anyway. Bingo. Okay, I don't understand why it doesn't understand what melee is, so learn it. Educate your dang self. Then we go to table, have this over here, and we need to stabilize all of these actually. We're probably going to need more, but that's okay. Then range, we shrink that all the way down. Yeah, range does not need to be huge. Maybe a little bit. I think I got these two mixed up, if I'm honest. There we go. That's a little better. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. How about a dual wield trait? I don't know how I want to deal with dual wield yet. It's definitely on the list of stuff to pay attention to, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so I'm gonna have basics up on this screen so people know what's up. Assault rifle, AGL, and then oh, I have an idea. As far as traits go, there are always the basics: one-handed, two-handed, improvised, light, compact, offhanded, fragile. I don't want to overload with traits. Like, not every single weapon needs to have a trait, if that makes sense. They could be, like, literally as stated. Like, let me show you what I'm talking about here. So you see how the colony rifle here has no extra traits? That's because it's like it just does what it says on the tin. Granted, this does specify how many shots it can take, which we do still need to figure out. However, we don't need there to be a trait on literally everything. So the pistol being a sidearm, that's something that I got from 5 Parsecs, which is basically it's decent enough to be used in melee combat, right? Or it's small enough, rather. So I'm thinking I might want to figure out what my actions look like before I go much further, because this is going to start to interact with those. So we need a solid thing. So combat actions, step 1, move. I should also specify what combat looks like now that I think about it. So let's specify that. Move. And I don't think I'm going to pull a space where it doesn't make them move in a straight line, because I do think that can get a little annoying. But this is fine. Next up, I am going to flop over to my first draft to see what this looked like. Here we go. This is very wargaming, so I don't want to use all of them, but what do y'all think about the brace action here? Like, so I use this as kind of a counter to the aim action in Space Weirdos and 5 Parsecs, actually, which is basically you take an action to steady yourself and get a more accurate shot. So I figured, call it brace, and this can also be used in melee, right? So if like you take a second to kind of focus up and think your shot out. So model takes time to steady themselves before the next action, nullifying a single one on whatever action comes next. So basically you can just nullify a failure, right? What do y'all think about that? Actually, we should probably be talking about this first. The 2 action limit on move. Because without that, people could be running like 12 inches per turn on a base level character. You up that to a character that's taken a few levels in speed, and in theory, you can have someone with like 7 running 21 in a single turn. I think limiting move to 2 actions is a good idea. And I'm using activation specifically. Yes, I know it's a wargaming term, but yeah, we'll just call it a turn. We'll just call it a turn. Being too pedantic about it. But I like that. I'm okay with that. But now the question is, do we do brace? I gotta figure out how shoot works as well. Let's go back to the test space for a second here. Once again, there's a lot of stuff kind of interacting that we need to get a handle on. And I do not have a handle on it. All right, let's focus down one thing at a time. So, first and foremost, brace action. I'm going to throw it in there. I think it's a good action. If we need to adjust it, we can. We can take it out later. I remember to call them characters now. You know what? I'm just gonna say, I'm just not gonna bother with that. Like, I'm not gonna bother with the once per turn thing, because, being completely honest, the way it's worded, you can only benefit from brace once per turn. Now, to clarify, a turn is one singular activation of an individual model. So basically, the turn is separate from the round. You see what I'm saying? So that bonus ends whenever their turn ends, and it goes to the next model or character or whatever we want to call it. So I'm good with that. We can clarify that if needed. Now for the fun part. Shoot. Which means we need to figure out how rate of fire and crits work. How do you guys think crit should work? Because the idea that I'm going off of now is kind of this. Like, you have a threshold of successes above your opponent's roll, right? I don't think it should be double, because that introduces some weirdness to it, but I don't think it should be a fixed number either, because then we get into the situation of, well, the stats are really low, so that fixed number is either going to be way too easy to hit, or it's going to be impossible for a low skill person to hit, and I do still want them to be capable of critting. I also don't want it to be reliant on rolling sixes either. Well, I guess I could make it reliant on rolling sixes, but then that takes away the stuff that we can use for rate of fire. Game development's hard. What do you guys think? What should be a reasonable threshold of successes for a critical event to happen? Well, actually, now that I think about it, so like, let's compare notes here. If let's say a skill 2 goes up against a skill 4, and the skill 4 rolls really poorly and the skill 2 rolls really well. Let's say the skill 4 only gets, let's say they only get one success and it's nullified by a 1. So they've got no successes. But then the skill 2 gets like a 6 and a null. So they're 2 above this the skill 4 person. I think that would be a crit. But then you get into the situation where, like, okay, somebody with one skill is almost never going to crit. But on the same conversation, I think it kind of should be like that, you know? It's like, yeah, you can get lucky, but you actually have to get lucky, and it does kind of boil down to the enemy fucked up more than you got something over on them. Sorry. Wanted to check OBS because I hadn't seen anyone talk in a while, and I'm starting to think that perhaps something has happened. I don't think so, but we're there. Use a baseline on the character level, or maybe their proficiency in that specific weapon. I don't know. Gomez, can you expand on that? Because I'm not saying no. It's just I'm not processing exactly what you're talking about there. I don't think I want to do weapon proficiency as part of like how to crit. But at the same time, I don't know. Could do something based on grit level as well. Actually, hold on, that might be a thing. But that would make it way harder to roll crits as you get more grit, which would really dissuade people from going heavy into it. Though I guess to an extent that would work. Like the tougher you get, the less overt damage you do, unless you get really lucky. Castle Frankenstein has a graduated system of successes. Exceeding the target number is a hit. Over 1.5 is one level up, and 2x is third level. I like that idea. And Savage Worlds does something similar, where like your target number is almost always a 4, unless you're deliberately trying to like oppose somebody. But if you get over that, then you get an 8, and that is called a raise, so you get a better effect. And then with damage especially, if you get over an 8, like a 12, that's 2 raises and so on. I don't think I want to go that far with it, but what I'm thinking right now, let me read this. Someone will have a harder time to crit with an LMG if they only have knowledge of sidearms or rifles. I do not want to make that the distinction. I'm okay with that being an optional rule, but I think that's splitting too many hairs for a system as generalist as this. And the reason I'm saying that, I'm not just pulling this idea out of my butt here. So the reason I'm saying that is because I know I'm going hella fast. I'm sorry. Okay, let's go emo suppress. Let's not do that. So traveler, whatever. These are all of the stats for a character in 5 parsecs. Just to clarify, this is the only stat you care about when you're rolling for combat. Like melee, ranged, grenades, does not matter. This is the stat that you roll. And I do kind of want that to be a thing, but I also want there to be little traits that add in, a la here, Grimdark Future. So you have traits here like AP, armor piercing, gets past target armor. There could be something like that. Furious gives you an extra attack. Lock on, ignore all negative modifiers to hits and roll the range. So, yeah, I kind of see. I see what you're saying. I don't remember what I was saying, honestly. Right. I don't want to split. I don't want to split the hairs for weapon types, because that's a very easy way to overcomplicate the crap out of a system. My train of thought is very susceptible to derailing today. How about Rick? I do kind of like that idea from the Castle Frankenstein thing. But since we're working with so low numbers, I think 1.5 times might be a little bit too easy to hit, right? Proficiency could always be something to add in later for a specific setting or something like that as well. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, as an optional rule, if you want more crunch, frickin' send it. But I'm not going to split hairs at the base level, you know? In theory, I think I've said this a couple of times, but in theory, I want this to be as accessible as Space Weirdos, which is literally, like, I think, 16 pages of whatever. You're good to go. Just freaking print it out and send it. Alternatively, Cairn, 24 pages. This is a whole ass OSR system with a whole bunch of random tables. And I want my system to be kind of on this level, you know, which, thinking about it, I should be looking at this a little bit more to see kind of the wording and such, but I want to get the base level down first. Cairn's free, by the way, if anyone's interested in like an OSR kind of system. The guy who created it even says, like, yo, if you need to use my system to make yours, send it, grab it, steal it, I don't care. Copy it wholesale. Didn't actually say that, but you know what I mean. So I'm thinking, I'm gonna put this here because I don't know where else to put it. I can move it around later. So crits. I'm trying to figure out a way to word this. So, in an opposed roll, if your number of successes doubles that of your opponent, you have scored a crit. So we're going to have that just as a baseline. So this is kind of, I do want crits to be a little bit more rare. And I do want it to kind of be a, like I said, an enemy has screwed up as much as we just balled out kind of a thing. I just realized something, and I am a bit concerned because 1 second. It's kind of weird. My dad came home, but he hasn't actually come in the house yet. How long ago was that? I don't know, but I've been here for 2.5 hours. Well, anyway. Okay. You know what? Let's do some practical testing here. I'm gonna grab a bunch of D6s. Actually, no. I said I'm gonna do this digitally. So let's do that thing that we just said. So a 4 skill fighting a 2 skill. So do that and then do that. So right here, wow, that was actually way closer than it needed to be. So yeah, should we also make it in a situation like this where the enemy has 0, or like when the enemy gets negative, that you get a crit? What do you guys think about that? Because that's actually a good point. Like if you get a general success and the enemy has gone negative, is it worth calling that a fail? Like a critical fail on their part? Or is that again splitting too much hairs? Because this actually, yeah, I think that would make sense, because like, I mean, you can't double 0, but then in a situation like this where someone just does not succeed at all, then no matter what, you're guaranteed a crit. Huh. I don't think I want to put that much spice into this. This kind of goes back to putting a hard threshold on it. Let's reword this. Go to that of your opponent. Or 2, whichever is higher. You've scored a crit. Okay, so talking this rule, as we are. So the way this would work is in our situation over here, where Homeboy only scored 1 success and the enemy went negative. This would not be a crit. If he got 1 more success, then it would be a crit, because that's 2 successes and the enemy is 0. That way, you can't crit on a single success. You can crit on a single 6, which gives you 2 successes, but you wouldn't be able to get, it's not endless crits is what I'm trying to say. Like, you actually have to roll kind of well. Which means we also have to specify what happens in the case of crit. So let's do that. Let's do it this way. New RPG? Yes, I am building a tabletop RPG from the ground up. And I am doing it in the single most masochistic way possible because I want this to be a combination tabletop RPG, skirmish wargame, basic wargame, and genre agnostic, solo compatible. Which is basically, I want to bang my head against a wall until the end times because that is all of basically everything that I need to not be doing in one system. But hey, I'm a psychopath, so here we are. Endless grits could be fun, or endless crits could be fun. As the Emperor has text-to-speech can be that's proven. I don't know the moment you're talking about. However, I'm digging it. Alright. Cries is accurate. That's fair. Yeah, we miss him too. He's a chill dude. Actually, yeah, now that I think about it, with grit acting the way that it does, this is good because this gives you a way to cut through somebody's grit quickly. So I'm okay with this. Yeah, I like that. Whoop. So when everyone played a Warhammer game with Magnus as the GM, oh lord. I mean, fair. I don't remember much about that game. I haven't played it and I barely looked at the thing, but yeah, bro, that's I could see that game getting out of hand. So now we get to the problem of rate of fire that lowers the threshold for successes for extra crits. How do we deal with that? Do we just make that like a straight do we make rate of fire? Damn it. How do I word this? Do we make rate of fire a straight up lower the threshold for critting? Or do we make it a nullify ones kind of thing? Or like give an auto success or something like that? That's going to require some play testing, I feel. Remember that episode? I need to go back and watch that again because it's been a long time. Never know, I might do that on stream once. We'll see. I'm thinking I might need to go check on my dad though, because I don't think he's actually come inside yet. Yeah, I'm gonna do this as ghetto as possible. Bingo. Center it up. So I am going to pop y'all onto an ad break, and I am going to go check on some things. Music is going for quite a ways yet. So yeah, I will be right back, guys. Make use of 5e's burst fire rules. By all means, let me know what those are. I'll check it when I come back. But yeah, I'm gonna go check on some things, grab a bite, and I will be back in like 5 minutes. Thank y'all for being here, by the way. Thanks for the participation. I really appreciate it. Alright, I'm back. What'd I miss? Just gonna go ahead and name that and put that on the back end. Where were we? Okay, what did I miss? It's on Discord. Oh, okay, there it is. Take a look at that. Burst fire. Weapon that has burst fire property can make a normal single target attack, or it can spray a 10-foot cube area within normal range with shots. I like that idea, but I don't think that's a burst fire kind of thing. Actually, yeah, that's just a bad mechanic for burst fire. Unless you're talking about a long burst. You know what I mean? Because burst fire weapon, like if we're talking about an actual burst, then that's like a 3-round burst on an assault rifle. That's made for putting a lot of shots onto a single target very quickly and consistently. It's an accuracy thing. So I don't know if I want to do that on a burst weapon, but that can definitely be more of an AoE type thing for like an LMG. I think that's what you mentioned it for, and that would be... that could work. Yeah, I agree. Definitely works better for full auto. Essentially, you use 10 ammo, and you can do force all creatures in different unit deck save. If fail, they make a normal attack damage. Firearm does. 10-foot cube has to be in your weapon's range. Okay. Jack Wolf, why are you dreaming of Gene Stealer booty? Oh yeah, because of the Emperor text-to-speech thing. Fair enough. Pardon me whilst I snack. There's a chance that me papa is going to get food while he's out. Because he basically came in, said, hey, I gotta go do a thing, and immediately went right back out. But he also said he forgot to eat today, so might be food in my future, which is weird because I usually don't eat this late. Missed the first bit, so unsure how you have the abilities and save set up. Basically, everything is an opposed roll, and it all happens simultaneously. So there's no like rolling for attack, rolling for save, etc. It's like, I am attacking you. I will roll my attack skill, you will roll your defense skill. Whoever gets more successes wins. You do suppressive fire trade action to where it debuffs enemies within a radius around the target location. That's also a thing. That's doable. Proper sounding board I can have in VC. Nah. Not right now, anyway. Once I get to a point where this is like reasonably play testable, then I'll start bringing other people in on it. But for right now, I'm just going to kind of vibe along, see what happens, make sure stuff works the way I want it to. Then I'll introduce it to other people and see if it works the way everybody wants it to, you know? Because if it doesn't work the way I want it to, then there's no point in pushing it up to the next level. Oh boy. Okay. Let's continue. So, go back to the weapons here. Because I'm drawing a lot of inspiration from here. As far as I can tell, basic rifles don't really do too much. Wait, that's our test space. We don't need that. We need equipment. Perfect. So let's do this. Let's rip the Band-Aid off. So let's say ROF. Good old parsec. Yeah, 5 parsecs from home is very solid. I like it a lot. I've been playing it not necessarily non-stop for like the past couple of weeks, but I have been playing it very consistently. I've been trying to be healthier, so I'll go downstairs, eat a meal, immediately go for about a mile walk, and then because it's in Texas, by the time I come in, I'm sweating like a freaking, well, like a person in Texas. And so I'll come upstairs, turn the fan on, like have it blasting, just toss my shirt in a corner, and then do my 5 parsecs upkeep, go into the other room, play it out, come back, sit down after I've had a chance to, cool off for a little bit, and so I don't have a case of the swamp ass. And basically just kind of do my upkeep and vibe, and I'll do that like not once every meal, but at least once a day. I missed it today because I was working on this, but details. Okay, so let's just say rate of fire 1. And I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off. I'm gonna do it right now. Forgot how to spell. There we go. So we're starting this off as is. So the assault rifle will just straight up lower the crit threshold by 1. So whatever the enemy rolls, instead of the crit threshold being a straight up 2 times or 2, it will be 2x minus 1. So that way, in our example over here, if this dude had an assault rifle, he would have crit on this guy. Is that making sense? Subject to change, of course, but I do think that's a pretty good way to start. Also going to go ahead and throw a range in here. I don't know, let's do a, let's make it an 18, why not? Significantly longer than the pistol, but not massive, and I'll adjust these as we go. So I think agility is just going to be the go-to for most of these. Though I guess if we want to play at this, we could make this agility or tech. Are you planning on doing the action economy? 3 actions per turn. Although, D&D Pathfinder Parsec, I'm gonna do them more like Space Weirdos, where you have 3 actions, but the actions themselves limit you to a certain extent, right? Which again, I'd probably need to clarify. So let's go back to our first draft. Okay, we're not going with this. This is not what we're working with. We're adjusting this for the new rules. Well, Pathfinder 2e, more or less. But yeah. Pretty sure old Pathfinder didn't have the 3 action economy, but I know 2e does. So, whatever. But yeah, 3 action economy. So let's do it this way. Rock Grindy. What? Nah, Space Weirdos, man. Space Weirdos. Which, by the way, if you haven't heard of this game and you like skirmish war games, I highly recommend picking it up because this game is hilarious in all the best ways. And it lets you build your own characters for skirmish games. It's great. But yeah, you have... yeah. 3 actions on this turn in any order. Which I probably need to clarify that these are in any order. Alright, so shoot. Oh yeah. So outside of effective range, reduce skill by 1. Let's do this to prevent just like posting up and spamming a really good shooter. Okay, so this hopefully will kind of nullify the just spam the DACA kind of thing. If someone wants to like really lean into that, then by all means, but still. So character fires a weapon at a target. If the target is outside of the weapon's effective range, reduce the skill by 1. So we have a reason to have ranged, and you can't just snipe somebody with a pistol. Do I want to make that? Do I want to make that for every range increment? Skill is reduced by 1. Because you can totally have someone with a skill of like a skill of 4 and a grit of 2, and they will always be rolling 5 dice. Well, 5, then 4, then 3. So I guess that kind of works out, but do I really want somebody to be able to reach out and touch with a pistol at that distance? Now kind of thinking of how to word that. So, okay, let me try and better specify what I'm talking about here. So, like, if somebody with a pistol shoots at someone within 8 inches, they just roll straight. If they shoot at someone at 12 inches, then they're shooting at a -1. But then if they're shooting at someone at, 18 inches, where the assault rifle is king, should they still only be rolling at a -1? Or should they be rolling at, like, a -2 or 3 because of the extreme range? You see what I'm saying? I guess I could expand the, I could do the Savage Worlds thing with the ranges. So have it like 8, 16, 32? No, it wouldn't be 32. It would be 24. And then 24 would be the max range. But then that's adding a lot more numbers that I don't want people to worry about. What do y'all think? Should we make every weapon able to reach out and touch everybody, or should we make it... Actually, what I could do... I have a thought. So let's do 2 ranges. You got your optimal range and your maximum range, right? Okay, the more I think about this, the more I'm liking it. So you have your optimal range and your maximum range. Your optimal range, you're rolling normal. Your maximum range, you're rolling at a -1. After that, you just can't shoot at all. So that kind of extends the ranges of a lot of these shorter range weapons out and makes them a little bit more usable, but you can't reach out and touch someone with an assault rifle at the maximum assault rifle range with a pistol or a throwing knife. That makes sense. I like that. Okay, now I gotta figure out... Okay, we'll specify range and how range works elsewhere. But yeah. So let's go back to equipment. And we're gonna make it like this. Stats. I know I'm splitting hairs here, but I do want there to be some crunch. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna have to change these actually, because these should probably be called attributes, but screw it. There we go. So now we got that a little bit clearer. Cool. Takes the burden off of there. So let's head back over to here and work on this. How do I want to do melee? I think I do want this to still be a defensive role, but I'm thinking... Well, I could add this into the melee weapons themselves, like a melee weapon can give a defensive bonus. I don't know about that one. Because the one I typed before, that doesn't really work out the way I want it to here. I'm running out of brain juice, I'm going to be honest. So let's do... I'm trying to think of... So, I'm probably being slightly colored by Jack Wolf's talk earlier about grit, making everybody play sort of subtle. My knee-jerk reaction to that is to make melee more powerful than ranged, but I don't want to do that as like a default. Because in all honesty, melee is not more powerful than ranged. And perfect honesty, I'm gonna have a lot of mobility in this game. So here we go, let's do it this way. Just really clarify this one a little bit better. And Weapon skill versus defense skill. And here we go. This may actually, that might be a little bit too much. I just did the opposite. So I was thinking characters that are getting into the scuff are going to be they're going to be getting tired very quickly. So I'm thinking we reduce the skill by 1 for each melee they engage in. But if you get like touched by 2 characters, you're immediately going to be a melee 1 for the rest of the round. And I don't want people to just mob tactics. So I'm gonna make this turn instead. That way you can still get pretty spicy in 1 turn, but you can't just cripple a melee specialist. You already account for reloading for ranged weapons. I am not going to worry about reloading for ranged weapons. I'm going to keep concepts like ammo and even money really as like esoteric and detached as possible. I want those to be abstract in the face of just make the mechanics work. Like, I don't even want to keep up with ammo. I could add that in as like a supplemental rule. That is totally doable. But I don't want to throw that into the base rules because I think that'll just slow down combat more than I want it to. So yeah, we'll leave it at that. And I'm gonna make the melee debuff on both because I do want it to be kind of a risk. My dad was calling me. Okay, I do apologize, guys. I'm going to put y'all on ad break one more time. And I am going to call my dad back because I don't know what he's calling me for, but I need to find out. So, just account for shooting into groups that include allied characters. I will get to that when I figure out cover. Don't worry, I'm tracking. But yeah, I will be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. That was calling to see if I wanted food, which I did not, but he decided he was just coming home anyway. Anywho. Thank you for reminding me about cover, though. That is kind of important. I think cover and concealment in general I think both of those are going to be either remove one, remove one from, or remove one skill point from the attacker, or add one skill point to the defender. And I think I am going to clump all of those together. So, like cover, concealment, shooting into a group, just reduce, either reduce attacker skill by one or increase defender skill by one. I haven't figured out exactly which one I want to do yet. I don't want those to be different numbers though. I do kind of want those to be like all the same buff or debuff. Um, so let's do right here. Um, just adding that in as an answer to the inevitable question, can I just have my dude hold? So anyway. Oh yeah, I do kind of want there to be like objectives on a map. So I think interact. I think interact would be a good thing, but I don't think I need that distinction from ability. No, that'll be fine. I'll adjust that if need be. It's an easy add. And I'm not going to worry about command points because that's the other system. I'm not worried about right now. So, well, we have our base stats, which is good. Now what? I guess we just continue on with the weapons. Yeah, might as well. Now for the fun bit. How do we differentiate submachine gun from assault rifle or pistol? Because already, let's go ahead and do this. So that's going to be 36. I can math on occasion, I swear. So already, let's make this one a... This to be 12 or 14. 12 would make it 24 for the max range, which is really not that much further than pistols, but Submachine gun implies that one does have a stock. Well, I guess it kind of... Yeah, let's make it 12 because a lot of SMGs have no stock. So then how do we differentiate this? Give the SMG a shorter range, faster fire rate, and lower damage value. We don't have damage values is the thing. It's like I can't give it a higher rate of fire without increasing its damage value. That's the conundrum here. Because the assault rifles thing already is that it has higher range and a rate of fire. The rate of fire, however, lowers the threshold for crits, which automatically increases its damage. I think submachine gun we can give it an AoE ability. Yeah. I think a submachine gun we give a light AoE ability. But how? I'm thinking we make the submachine gun a little bit more like like the original burst that I think Aeon was talking about, and then we give something like the LMG, the light machine gun, that's gonna have a whole, let freedom ring kind of feel. That one we give a bigger AoE, which I like. In fact, yeah, let's do that. So, AoE. So now, so target. Hold on, I fucked up the wording here. Okay, so with this ability, the submachine gun will be able to deal, basically just light up an area with an AoE burst. If it's going to do this, though, I'm thinking that is going to be, the only shot they do that round, you know? So that's going to be like the dump the mag kind of maneuver. I don't want to split hairs over reloads, but I do think if someone's going to light up an entire area, that's going to be the only shooting they do that move. So I like that idea. So yeah, let's limit that so you can't just light up an entire courtyard with one SMG in one turn, because otherwise I think that would be a little bit much. Excuse me whilst I get some caliente peanuts. I'll go ahead and do this whilst I'm here. There we go. Have you are you a guy that enjoys spicy food? Not specifically. I'm starting to get more of a taste for spicy, but it's still like it's a recent development because I used to hate spicy food, but then I started trying it, and I read somewhere that capsaicin is actually pretty good for your gut health. And I have issues with like heartburn, acid reflux, whatever. So I tried it. Like I just threw some Tabasco on something and had it, and I didn't have an issue with acid reflux at all for the rest of the day. So now I'm just like, okay, yeah, shovel in some spice every now and then. It's good for me, apparently. But yeah, does this? How do you feel about this for the cover argument? That way the ranges are still relevant. And it's not like an immediate yes or no kind of thing. Speak to me, friends. Tell me what you like. Meanwhile, I'm gonna get some water. While that's going, I think I'm going to move on to Jan Sniper Rappel. I think I want the sniper rifle to be a tech skill. Hear me out. And this one, do I want to do a 20 to 40? Or do I want to do a 30 to 60? I think I want to do a 30 to 60. Because, I mean, it's a sniper rifle specifically for this. What kind of special ability do we give to the sniper rifle? I just went completely mind blank for a second there. I went on a complete tangent in my own head and just dove off the side of a cliff. Like, legitimately. Better crit chance? That's more of a rate of fire kind of thing, though. Hold on a sec. Alright, I'm back. Apparently there's a sheriff plane circling around. Hopefully not looking for any weirdness. Wouldn't that be strange? There's making it OP, giving it a permanent scope that has a penalty at closer ranges, but bonus to mid to long ranges. Actually, that is a fair point. It definitely needs to not be as effective close in. The ability to do a called shot, but with a slight penalty to hit. Called shot does additional damage. I think we're gonna adjust both of these ideas because I have a couple. So let's do Headhunter and what's a good thing to name the range minimum? I kind of want to do something like unwieldy, but I want that to be a melee thing. Let's pop over to 5 parsecs, see if they've got anything to say for us. This is Space Weirdos, but I also thought sniper rifle. Cannot target enemies less than 1 stick away. Okay. So basically you can't even shoot at enemies close, but that's a little bit extreme. So sniper rifle. Oh, it's not a sniper rifle, it's a hunting rifle. It's got heavy, which is a penalty to hit if the fire removed this round. Work scope, potentially make it immobile, simulating that you can't move around while scoped in. Yeah. I think I'm being a little bit edgy on that part, so I want to give it 2 things. I want to give it a detriment against close-in targets, and I want to give it a bonus when it uses brace to kind of, you know, accentuate the whole take your time kind of thing. Heavy works for both melee and range. True. Could put it on the LMG too. Yeah, whatever I do to the sniper rifle, I may very well put it on the LMG as well. I'm just trying to figure out how. And I think heavy is a decent one. So yeah, let's do heavy. And then let's make this kind of agnostic as well. Um, how about that? Heavy is just a straight up subtract one attack skill for each move action taken this turn. How does that work? And that's going to go, in theory, that's going to go on the LMG as well. Double brace benefits? Huh. Actually, what if instead of doubling brace benefits, let's allow someone with a sniper rifle to use brace twice in a single turn? That way they can get the benefits of it twice on a single shot, which would really emphasize the sniper kind of thing. And actually, yeah, let's add that back in as Headhunter. So yeah, that'll really emphasize the whole like sprint to a position, then slam down and don't move until you're done shooting. How do we feel about that? Not nullify ones and twos? No, only ones. Because brace, the way it's worded, it nullifies a single one. And the reason it's worded that way is because in our dice system over here, a 1 is kind of like a critical failure. So it's not like 2s and 3s are null. They're non-existent, basically. 4s and 5s are successes, 6 is 2 successes. So a failure takes away one of those successes. So by nullifying a 1, you're basically guaranteeing yourself at least one success, assuming you actually roll a success. But it reduces the chance of bad stuff happening. Wait a minute. Okay, I need to move test space to the bottom. There we go. So yeah, the idea being Headhunter nullifies 2 1s. Yes, this is a D6 thing. So, quick recap for anyone who hasn't been here since the start. This is a D6 pool system, and this is our stat scale, as well as our stats right there. So, you have a 1 to 6, and you are. I forget what my brain thought this was a D20 system. I understand your confusion then. Wrath and Glory? What about? But anyway, yeah, so we've got the usual, you roll a number of d6s equal to your skill, and depending on the number of successes, you either get a success or you fail and something happens. And then also, I devised this little advantage and disadvantage thing, which I'm actually quite proud of. So if you have advantage on a thing, your success window increases. And if you have disadvantage on a thing, your success window decreases. Which I thought was quite cool, if I'm being completely honest. So yeah. But yeah, sorry about the confusion there. Let's go ahead and do light machine gun real quick. And I'm going to give this one the same range as the assault rifle, but do I give it rate of fire and an AoE? Wrath and Glory is a 40k tabletop RPG system. That's also a D6. Yeah, that's fair. Now, the whole reason I'm doing a D6 dice pool system is because I want this to be, I mentioned it a few times, but I want this to be, the system to be resilient enough to where you can do regular tabletop RPGs, skirmish war games, regular war games, and I want it to also be solo compatible. So all of this is, it's a bit of a thing. LMG, rate of fire, AoE heavy. Well, here's the thing. If I give it rate of fire and AoE, then it's going to be able to do more crit potential in a wider area. And already I have to, at a minimum, actually this might level out. So hold on. We're definitely giving it heavy. And then let's do AoE. What do we think is fair? AoE 3 or 4? Because it's got to be bigger than the submachine gun. But I'm thinking AoE 4 might be a little much. But AoE 3, that's still... AoE 3, that's still 9 squares. So that's pretty big. AoE 4 would be 16 squares, so that's freaking huge. If you want to make your character a football-playing king in space, bonus points for anyone who gets a reference. I do not, but in theory at least that would be totally possible. It's like stack out body and agility. Just run it. Add points to grid as best you can. You can have it be a thing where you have to pick between AoE or rate of fire when you attack. That is true. And actually, I could have like a special version of the weapon, kind of like magic weapon-ish, where it removes the or property. Suppressive fire versus direct fire. I agree with that. So let's make this, we'll do AoE 4, and this will be like a, oh, hold on, let me look over here. So let's pop over to the battle map. Do I have anything on here? No. Okay. So this is our normal AoE for the submachine gun. This would be AoE 3. This would be AoE 4. I think AoE 4 is a little bit much to ask. Yeah, I think AoE 3 is how to do it. This is like a, come on, the right button. Increase range if you brace beforehand. Maybe on like a special weapon, but I don't think on a basic. So AoE 3 or ROF. Now for the big question, do I give it ROF 1 or 2? Fair star football player having space adventures has been done before. It's called Flash Gordon. Yeah, that's kind of where my mind first went. Either that or like Farspace. Is it Farspace or Farscape? One of those two. It's like this really cheesy 90s esque kind of thing. Pretty sure it's Farscape. But yeah, the whole jock in space sort of thing has been done quite a bit. Given the fact that this is a choice and it has heavy, I'm tempted to give it a rate of fire 2. Just realized I put R, not ROF. I'm kind of liking that where it is. What do y'all think? Because that would make it really very versatile, actually. And that, honestly, that's to the point that it's like, goddamn. Yeah, my dad just sent me a picture. This flight is literally going in circles all around. This is very weird. Anyway. So I know there's a DMC5 mod that turned Dante into Alucard from Helsing. That's ridiculous. Well, anyway. I think Rate of Fire 2 is too much. Unless we make this a body weapon. Because I know from experience you do need to be able to lug these around pretty effectively. Just had to share it. That's still horrifying. But I appreciate that mental image. Anyway, yeah, I'm thinking Rate of Fire 2 is too much for a light machine gun, for a base level weapon. Yeah, obviously you have to choose, but I mean, that's a lot of versatility. Yeah, I think we'll just make it Rate of Fire 1. Because we're looking more at effect rather than... Yeah. So it'll be heavy, AoE 3, or Rate of Fire 1. Now for the big question. Do we make the LMG a... do we make the LMG a body weapon or an agility weapon? What do y'all think? I think it should be a body weapon, personally. But there's an argument for both sides. These are meant to be squad support weapons. Exactly. So, like, there's arguments on both sides. So, like, on one hand, practicality-wise, if you light someone up with a 240 Bravo, they're going to be jelly by the time you get through the belt. On the other hand, I can't just make it like a self-deleting weapon. Body for sure. Could give LMG a drawback, like no sidearm or something like that. No, I've already got that with heavy, which I think is going to help a little bit. Or help quite a bit, actually. Because, like, yeah, with an LMG, the whole point is you nullify an area. And you make that area extremely dangerous, and if anyone pops out, you blow them away. But relocating it is kind of a bitch. So I think it's doing pretty good. But yeah, Aeon, I think I'm going to give it body as well. BDY. I think that'll be pretty okay. We're just going to be melee. We'll make unarmed body or agility, because you could go either way with that. And I do want to eventually add abilities to make unarmed actually viable, because I'm a psychopath like that. Now we need to start thinking of abilities for melee weapons. Is there a plan for some sort of RPG? I mean, the plan was make it as versatile as humanly possible. Oh, rocket launcher. Yes. Rocket launcher is in the cards. I haven't thought of one yet, though. So that's just kind of sitting there for the moment. Strictly speaking, Dave, don't overthink it too much. Realism doesn't translate well in the stat blocks. I agree. I do want to keep it kind of there, but I know it's not going to be that easy. Okay. So this is not helping all that much. Trying to think of a way to give, like, just straight melee some kind of bonus, like some reason to use unarmed. I think we just leave unarmed as is, actually. So... honestly, a good game to look at to figure out certain stat typings for mixed melee range. Honestly, Remnant from the Ashes. Really? Is it got like a tabletop thing, or are you talking about like the video game itself? Not a tabletop, it has a nice mix of both. Fair, but I don't know how well that's going to translate into here. Also, I'm completely unfamiliar with the game. So I'll keep that in mind, but I don't think that benefits me at the moment. Okay, let's knock a couple of these out. Actually, we're gonna let the club do the A. Every good author knows that believability is more important to a story than realistic accuracy. If the internal logic is consistent, you're allowed to take some liberties. RPGs are the same. That's a fair point. Give some ideas as well. True. I don't have a way to access that info very easily. Guess I could look up a wiki, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to fight with that right now. spear. Yeah. Is it fair to big spear body? I think so. Yeah, that'll work. So unarmed, we'll just leave that blank. Knife. Huh, you just sent me the, Nice. Fair enough. Oh dear. So let's just go with like some basics here. Gonna look at the pistol, the rifle, and the basic ass weapon. So, scrap sword. What your chaos crew is for. That's why I really appreciate you guys being around. I am trying to kind of figure out how I can translate this though. Because I mean, it was a pretty decent idea. It's just a lot of these stats I kind of can't add in. Because they're related to crit chance, which is a very kind of blocky sort of arrangement in my system. Or damage, which I don't address damage at all. At least not with the weapons. So it's a better crit chance but less damage. Yeah, that's fair. Let's throw these out since we're here. Damn. Yeah, crit chance ain't that much better. Ones have lower crit, better base damage, and I'm guessing hatchets are kind of in the middle. I honestly don't think this helps me very much. I respect the shout, I'm not seeing how I could utilize that. I forgot how ridiculous Savage World. Actually, hold on a minute. Let's check Savage Worlds for equipment ideas. Personal weapons. So let's do armed, useless. How about a knife? nothing. How about a club? Literally nothing. How about an axe? Alright, never mind, Savage Worlds, you're useless. Special weapons, could have some ideas. Yeah, again, we're working on the base level though. Special weapons, that'll come later. I have a number of ideas that are kind of just burbling, but I don't know how to put them into practice, and a lot of them don't seem right. I got an idea. Hear me out. Okay. So, hear me out. What I'm looking at here is like if you're using a knife and you come up against someone who is using, like, who is basically just trying to straight up tank whatever you're doing, knives are really good at finding weak points, right? So if they're just sitting there taking whatever you're doing, then you can get in there. Alternatively, if you're swinging a great hammer and a big honking arc and someone's trying to dodge, it's going to be a little bit harder to dodge that as opposed to like blocking or deflecting it with a little brute strength. I'm thinking this could be pretty spicy. We're getting into the realm of a lot to keep up with, but actually, yeah, I'm going to add that into unarmed as well, because I like that. That might make unarmed a little bit too powerful depending on how it goes, but away we go. So, club. You know what? Please tell me what you guys think of this, real quick. I did not mean to close Discord just there. Oh, no cross-platform. That's sad. Anyway, what do y'all think about this ability? Please, do tell. Because I think it's a really cool idea. But I also think it could apply to a lot of weapons. Club could have a stun chance. That's a fair point, actually. I'm going to assume we're cool with the switcher ability. So... yes, this is what we're calling it. Wait, that's on Hatchet. Damn it. The fail. The utter failure. I'm just going to call it bonk. For now. I could change it later. Just looked it up. It does have Steam Epic Crossplay. That's cool. How do we want the stun to work, though? Like, what triggers it and what... Now we're getting into needing to understand conditions. Game more or less Dark Souls with guns, but not Bloodborne light. Yeah, now, I've seen it played. I just, by the time I had the means to grab it, my interest was gone. So, step one, what does stunned look like? On crit, stun target? Yeah, but if you're critting, then you're already doing enough damage that you're probably going to kill most targets anyway. Yeah, I'm figuring the result is like having one less action, and you can have multiple stun markers that can take actions away, up to and including just completely removing your turn. So yeah, Let's go ahead and clarify that then. Can make it a skill check that the target has to pass to avoid being stunned. I'm trying not to add more rolls into it, but that might be a thing. A 6 instead of critting you stun instead. 6s don't crit though. Like crit is different. So if you double your opponent's... So if you double your opponent's successes, then you crit. But here's a thought. So if you roll a 6, 3 stun markers and makes them incapacitated. Oh yeah, I should probably finish that up. If a character accumulates more than 3 stun markers, remove 3 and apply 1 damage. Or no. Markers and 1 grit. This can incapacitate character. Okay, so now we have some interconnecting tech. Sorry for the squeaky chair. So if you have a character that just gets the crap stunned out of them, that can eventually do damage. Let's make them skip the next round. So incapacitated, I'm going to say, is like removed from combat completely. It's like they're either completely knocked out or, I'm not going to say dead, but, you know, removed from the active threat list. So we'll make it to where, like, if you stack up enough stun markers, you can incapacitate somebody. Six is not a crit. Right. So crits are right here. So if you, when you roll, let's say you get, I don't know, 2 successes and your opponent got 1 or 0. So then that would be a crit. And then critting on an attack gives you extra hit, +1 for every success over the crit threshold. So in theory, you can roll 6s, which gives you 2 successes. But you can roll 6s without critting. See what I mean? So actually, let's make it that. Let's make it this. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. So the way this is going to work, if you roll a 6 but don't crit, and the attack is successful, then the target is stunned. So it's kind of a small window depending on who you're fighting. But like obviously if you make the attack on some little weakling that has no grit at all, then you're essentially just going to bonk them and they're going to go out. And they're already not a threat. You don't need to be stunning them. But if you hit someone like, you know, bigger and beefier, you hit them upside the head and you succeed in the attack, you're not going to take them out right away, but you can stun them to make taking them out easier later on. But that does kind of bring into question the whole grit concept as well. Not too proud to admit it. I think the way things are looking right now, I am thinking maybe just raise the skill floor, or the skill ceiling rather, and take the extra die roll away from grit. Actually, what we could do, we could just make it to where as long as you have any grit at all, you get 1 extra die roll. That kind of makes sense. I'm kind of digging that. That would kind of make the that last moment, like your last stand moment, very much a desperate roll. Makes you very weak without any grit. Or not very weak, but definitely weaker. Yeah, let's reword this. Okay, so there's the adjustment. That's my way to kind of appease the argument of having a crap load of grit just makes things way easier. Which is true. But okay, so this will give us a way to sort of differentiate the important characters from the non-important characters, as well as not make players that are super tanky way overpowered without having to give them ridiculous armor. So that, I'm okay with that. All right. I want the hatchet to be a thrown weapon for some reason. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. Not having damage is really throwing off a lot of my stuff. Because on one hand, I want to make the hatchet throwable, but I also want to make the knife throwable because there's going to be someone who wants to do throwing knives. Grr. Two. I just thought of stuns could be if you're specifically going for non-lethal and crits or for the kill. Yeah, but I mean now we can, like, I'm going to assume that you can just choose non-lethal, just like in D&D. Like, that's another one of those things I'm not going to split hairs over. So how do we differentiate the hatchet from the knife? Ooh, hold on a second. I just got an idea. I got an idea that'll also make dual wielding a little easier, but it's going to require adjusting some things. Okay, slight adjustment. So I'm gonna make the debuffs weapon specific. All right. Now, hear me out. Take this away from the knife. Actually, no, I'll leave it. So now we throw in. So for every consecutive attack that you make, you're going to get a debuff. However, that is now okay, I'm digging this. So that is now relegated specifically to the weapon, like the individual weapon. So like if you run up to someone with a knife and hatchet, freaking Connor what's-his-face style from Assassin's Creed, you hit him with the knife and then you go for the hatchet, then you're not going to get a debuff on that. But if they're defending with the same weapon, they will get a debuff. And that's important because defending against two weapons is ridiculous. But I have every intention of limiting people to basically two total weapons. So if they want to go the whole melee route, then yeah, sure, they're going to be hella effective, but I don't know about that. But no, I still got to figure out a way to differentiate hatchet from the knife. Let's do it this way. Let's make this a D&D thing. Why not? Damn, what special abilities can I give to a hatchet? Ooh, it's technically an axe, so hold on a minute. call this? Well, first of all, let's do light. I'm going to go up here because I know we got some potential commissars around. I'm going to add light to the pistol as well, basically ensuring that it is one-handed. So now with the hatchet, I have an idea for an ability. With the hatchet, basically, it nullifies. Basically, if you have a hatchet and you roll any sixes, you nullify one defense, like one success on the enemy's defense, because the hatchet, like axes in general, are really good at like grabbing enemy weapons and shields and pulling them out of the way. Oh, here we go. Opener. There we go. So this will make it really dangerous. Yeah, this will make it just really dangerous in general. That might actually be too good. But it's only on sixes, so it's a luck thing. Do I make it light on top of that? Bearded axe go burr. You're not wrong, my mans. You're not wrong. I'm trying to figure out, do we give the hatchet light as well? Because I feel like that's giving it way too much. I'm going to throw this on just so there's no confusion. Yeah, I'm going to give this light. I'm thinking I should probably give it to the club as well. This is going to take some rebalancing, I can already tell. Spear. Throw on Defender. No. Damn. I'm running out of brain juice, guys. On a bare minimum, I'm going to give it long. I just had an idea. Get to that in a minute. No one said this had to be fully done today. That's true. I do want to keep going. So burn yourself out. I'm not really feeling burned out quite yet. Like I'm one of those types of people that once I start something, I really want to blast through as much as I can, you know? So that's kind of what I'm doing at the moment. I suppose I should just look at some other stuff. Like, okay, what do spears get? What do spears get? I gotta figure out what the great hammer gets. That's gonna be fun. I got it. Yeah. So we'll make the spear long and heavy. And we'll make the great hammer heavy. There we go. Great hammer, heavy bonk. I'm tempted to give it bonk, but actually, yeah, you know what? Let's just go ahead and throw that on there. Why not? Bonk. And now I am going to do some fun stuff. Great sword. Melee. This utterly devastates me to do it like this, but I can make better versions that are agility. Because, like, full disclosure, great swords are not heavy. Honestly, great hammers are not heavy. Great hammer, not even an actual term, it would be more called a maul. So I'm going to polarize. Yeah, maybe. I'm going to rename this. So, maul. And I guess greatsword we can leave because people will actually recognize it. But okay, check this out. You see what I'm doing, right? I would assume so. It's very obvious. Me talking about Remnant. It's not making me want to play Remnant. I get the feeling, man. Like, I get that. It genuinely pains me to make this a body weapon. Because genuinely, it's not. I harp on this all the time, but your stereotypical greatsword, like a Zweihander or a Claymore or one of those big fancy flamberges, those are all like the most I think they weigh is like 6 to 8 pounds total. There was someone out there that tried to tell me, like, nah, man, greatswords weigh like 40 pounds. This dude needs to be hella strong. And I'm like, no, absolutely not. Do you have any idea how chunky that weapon would have to be 40 freaking pounds? But anyway, yeah, all of these weapons should be agility based, but I do feel like we need to add into some shenanigans. One second, guys. Apparently, a package was delivered and it went to the other house despite the fact that there are no freaking cars over there. So, my grandparents used to live like less than 100 feet away at our front door. And they passed away, so nobody's using that house. But people still deliver boxes to that house despite the fact that they gotta walk through a freaking jungle to get to the front door. So, and this, by the way, is with my van sitting across from this house to the other one. Yeah, and my dad's saying it looks like they walked around to the front door. These idiots. Apologies. Hollow Slayer Greatsword from Dark Souls was super freaking quick. Reason I loved during my playthrough. Yeah. Nah, Greatswords are generally really fast. So, you know what? I'm not going to give it heavy. Because frankly, no. Greatsword does not deserve the heavy trait. I'm going to be that way. I'm going to be like that. If it needs adjustment, I'll adjust it later. However, oh yeah, it's game time. So, fun fact. In the times of yesteryear, the Landsknecht mercenaries, I believe it was the Landsknecht that were most well known for their use of the greatsword, or the Zweihander, were known to swing it in such a way that they would create kind of just a danger zone all around them. And that would kind of allow other soldiers to get their bearings a little bit better and just allow them to essentially 1v10 whenever they felt like. So it is entirely reasonable for a greatsword to have an AoE attack. That is historically accurate. Fun fact. That's great. Now I'm looking at it though. what would be the reason for using a maul over a club? Aside from the fact that, well, no, you can use body on both. So melee AoE be called Whirlwind. It's a good idea, but I'm trying to keep things simple. So, not this time, bud. That's a cool idea, though. Yeah, let me throw this in here. Yeah, so maul should have a crushing attack or pulverize, make it great at just breaking shit. That's true. I'm thinking of adding something onto heavy to make it like a buff debuff kind of situation. Let's try this. If melee attacks against body defense have advantage. How about that? Because I'm leaving it kind of up to the narrative leader, aka the GM, or, you know, just reasonable stuff. Like, okay, if you want to bash through a door and you're using a great hammer or a maul, it's kind of easy to assume that you could just break it down a little bit easier. However, giving advantage against body defense, I do feel like that's a decent trade-off. Because, I mean, think about it. If you're trying to hit someone who's really agile and dodging out of the way, yeah, okay, that's not great. But if you're just slapping somebody with heavy armor who can barely move with a big honkin' bonk stick, probably going to be more effective. Now for the question, do I give the greatsword anything else, or is that good with only AoE? I'm gonna head out. Enjoy tuning into the stream. Hope it contributed. Yeah, man. Everyone who has been talking, y'all have helped quite a bit, and I'm gonna try and do this more until eventually we can start like play testing it, and that's when it's gonna get really wild. Because I'm gonna want to like bring in more people, do scenarios and crap, and I'm gonna be asking you guys to break the game. Like, seriously, F this whole thing up, bruv. But yeah, we'll get to that. You get some rest, bud. Thanks for being here. Much appreciated. All right. We have quite a number of traits too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got 10 traits already. Everything about me is rebelling at the idea, but I think actually I kind of can't give the greatsword heavy with how it works, because that doesn't make sense. But I still want to give it another something, because just AoE 1 is not going to be good enough for a lot of people. I did not know. And I am drawing blanks. Oh, hold on a minute. Ooh. We could give the greatsword opener. So, like, if you roll any 6s, okay. If the user rolls a 6 on a successful attack and does not, oh, that's bonk. Never mind. When you roll any 6s on your attack, remove 1 success from the enemy's defense. Clarify that so my power gamer folk do not take advantage. That would actually make that a really, really spicy kind of weapon, and I am here for it. How do we feel about that? How do we feel about giving the greatsword opener? Because I really feel like I'm being biased. I'm trying not to be. But the greatsword is a really good weapon. Go with it. I'll adjust it if I need to. Oop. All right. Okay. I hate that it's potty. I want to make it both so bad. I think I'm actually good for the moment. Yeah. And then down here, to insert this. And this is going to be the start of my defensive item table. I think I have kind of hit my limit though. I think we're gonna chill here for today. I am very happy with what I've done so far, especially considering that my original draft is functionally completely useless. Also streamed for almost 5 hours. How did that happen? Here I am thinking, damn, I sure hope my anxiety doesn't kick in and make me feel like I'm having a fucking heart attack today. Like 10 minutes into the stream. No, just a clean 5 hours later, we're still going. That's great. Okay, well, thank you guys so much for being here. I'm gonna kind of kick back and chill in case anyone wants to like ask questions or toss ideas, but we're gonna call that for the day. I also love how I have a BRB screen for my Scrivener now. That's great. Nah, real talk, I'm probably gonna go fiddle around with 5 parsecs. And actually, I might mess around with some space weirdos, because I feel like that's the closest thing that I have to this. I'm okay with it. Yeah, Quizzle, thanks for being around, man. I know you didn't say too much, but I'm glad you're here lurking. The algorithm is not very happy with me recently, so I really appreciate it. It's Dev, I was glad to hang. Jack Wolf, I cannot stress enough how much I appreciate you stopping by and like offering resistance to some of my ideas. I know that may seem like it would be kind of annoying, but no, you need that when you're designing a game, and I fully appreciate that fact. So thank you. Thank you for being around. Also, one last hydration check, everybody. Water is good for you. All right. I think we are pretty chill at the moment, so you guys have a wonderful day. Thanks for joining. I will probably be streaming or doing videos on more of this. If I sidetracked you at all, no, it's fine, man. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do more of this. Semi-spoilers to y'all still in chat. I am seriously debating making a whole new channel dedicated specifically to tabletop stuff. And I've already got the name picked out as the name of my server, Dynamic Engagement. But yeah, this may or may not be the start of something beautiful. Anyway, I'm gonna stop stalling. Thanks so much for stopping by. Like, comment, sub if you haven't already. Discord link if you guys aren't already in there. Y'all have a wonderful day, and I will see y'all next round.